Good evening. Before the people up here come to blows over their discussion about musical relevance, we will call the January 12th, 2026 Happy New Year meeting of the Evanston City Council to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Isles.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Here.
Mayor Biss.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
We're all here, which means there's no virtual council member approval to be conducted. We move on now to the next item on the agenda in that case, which is my public announcements and proclamations, of which there are none. The next item is the city manager's public announcement. Go ahead, Luke.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Clerk Mendoza. Tonight I have one announcement. We are honoring a longtime city employee who has chosen to retire. So I would ask Ms. Kathy Brown to come up to the podium, please. Kathy began her career with the City of Evanston in April of 1980. She spent 6 months in the water department, 6 months in the collector's office, and 5 years in facility management before joining accounting and finance in 1986. She has been an essential part of the finance team ever since and currently serves as the payroll and pension coordinator. Over her 45 years with the city, Kathy has handled responsibilities including special assessments for alley repairs, public safety pension administration, and the 457 retirement plan. These programs are essential to staff, retirees, and residents, and she has carried out this work consistently and professionally. Kathy has also been known for her strong customer service. Over the years, many residents have shared positive feedback about her willingness to help with special assessment questions. Public safety retirees and active employees have also expressed a deep appreciation for her positive attitude and her commitment to resolving pension-related issues. Kathy's 45 years of dedication have made a meaningful impact on the City of Evanston, its staff, and its residents. While we will certainly miss her experience and steady presence, we are happy for her and wish her a happy, healthy, and fulfilling retirement. Kathy, thank you for your service. Please share a few words if you'd like.
Thank you, Luke, Mayor Biss, council members, and all. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve the community for 45 years plus. I've enjoyed every moment of it. This is truly a bittersweet moment for me, as the time feels like 45 months instead of 45 years. Again, thank you for 45 wonderful years. Thank you.
Kathy shared with me earlier today that she said it's been a joy to serve, which I think sums it up. Thank you so much for your service, Kathy. Appreciate it. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Kathy Brown, for your service and your approach to this organization, for everything you've given to this organization that will miss you a great deal, and wishing you all the best in this next phase. And I don't know, let your ethic of service and loyalty be an inspiration for all of us. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is communications from the city clerk.
I have no comments for today, but just wanted to thank Kathy for her service as well, and for always helping me when I need support, or helping, I think, anyone in this organization when they need support. But so thank you so much for being here for all of us who at some point were newer to the organization, and you have always lended a hand without judging or anything. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
This brings us to public comment. This evening, we have just about 30 public commenters signed up, so everyone will be given a minute and a half. We begin, as always, with those who signed up in person to speak in person, beginning with Timothy Schoolmaster, who will be followed by Tanya Noble, and then Jim Laltabak. Mr. Schoolmaster, let me ask you to pause for a moment so Kathy and friends and family can take some photos before we move ahead with public comment.
My comments are about Kathy.
Well, we wanted to be focused on you then, not on posing for the camera.
If I may just impose on this, Timothy Schoolmaster, since some date lost in the 1980s, I've been an elected trustee and official of the Evanston Police Pension Fund. My colleague Jack Mortel from the Fire Fund is also here tonight. We represent hundreds of serving, myself, police officers and retired police officers, their spouses, their widows, their dependent and disabled children. One of the delights of all these years has been to work with Kathy. When they wrote the definition of work ethic, Kathy was the model for that. And when I was a supervisor at the police department, so many days I said, I wish I could make 10 of her and just, have them work over here. So not only is the length of her service, her 45 years, extraordinary, it's also the quality of the work that she did while she was here. And I applaud the council for doing this. You should do it much more often. There are a lot of people who do stuff here. And her friends, I appreciate that you're honoring her tonight. Her friends and colleagues will do later this month. The definition of retirement is the withdrawal from one's position or occupation or go from one's active working life. Even as the head of a retirement system, I don't like that word. And a friend of mine suggested that we substitute changing lanes. So Kathy, change lanes. You have the freedom to do what you want, when you want, and we can never thank you enough for what you've done for all of us over the years. Thank you.
So we'll pause for a second for some photos.
You up there too, Biz. Maybe Clerk too. Wanna go up there?
No, it's okay. I'm not about the pictures. I know.
And that's the trio right there. City
know.
manager, Clerk, mayor.
I'm sorry, this is Joyce Stoney, my sister, yes, my manager and sister.
Big smiles, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you.
Do you want to take the picture with those people? Yeah, take
Yeah, I've definitely seen her around. Definitely. I didn't know she was.
Big smiles on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you again. We now continue with Tanya Noble, who will be followed by Jim Laltabak and then Jeff Murcell.
Good evening, Mayor Biss and Council. My name is Tanya Noble. I am a 25-year resident and a retired City of Evanston service employee and a staunch advocate for environmental justice. I'm here today to speak about the environmental equity investigation. It is my opinion that the investigation should spur action by the City of Evanston. It is not simply a soulless 134-page document. It contains the story and the voices of those we failed to ask, hear, or even listen to in Evanston's history, yesterday and today. It's not material for the bookshelf. It should be in the hands of every decision maker in the City of Evanston who should use this as a framework. It should be fodder for conversation among city service providers, organizations, and the community. We simply cannot afford to look forward without giving any consideration for the past. The EEI gives you a clear visual perspective of the inequities, the who, what, and where, and outlines an actionable course forward. It's startling if you take a look at the EEI data and the Evanston Health Department's E-Plan from 2022. The E-Plan revealed a life expectancy gap of 5 to 13 years in the Fifth Ward study area, which was directly attributed to systemic racism, redlining, and social detriments like housing and food access. We need to continue to shift the blame beyond individual behaviors to systematic issues. We must always consider the direct correlation between the built environment and a human being's health and well-being and decide that it matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jim Laltabak, who will be followed by Jeff Murcell and then Birch Burghardt.
Mayor Biss, Council, thank you for being here and your service. My name is Jim Laltabak, and I'm a health and wellness coach and also a co-founder of Heart of Transformation Wellness Institute, and we teach health and wellness. And I want to really emphasize our support of this TIF money to build out a healthy restaurant in a community that in many ways has become a food desert in terms of healthy food. On this corner of Dodge and Dempster, there's all the health foods, unhealthy foods there. We need a balance. So I really recommend and support that TIF money going to help build this community in a positive, healthy way. It'll help the high school kids. It'll help that that street be more balanced. And I think you should really consider that and say yes. You know, I love the movie Yes Man because it opens up the possibility when you say yes to new and unusual things, even if you hear no in your head. Yes means we're open to growth. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Murcell, who will be followed by Birch Burghardt and then Janet Alexander Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Biss, City Clerk Mendoza, and Mr. Stowe and council members. My name is Jeff Merrill, and I am here, that's okay, my bad penmanship, as a member of Environmental Justice Evanston and part of the Evanston Environmental Justice Coalition. You will hear several folks talking about this tonight. I want to call attention to some specific environmental equity investigation plan recommendations and specifically the one of the goals that is listed in the council goals for next year. The draft council goal for EEI is part of climate action and resiliency, and I quote, implement at least one recommendation from each action plan area of the environmental equity investigation by the end of 2027. Now, I know you all know this, but environmental equity work is more complex than taking action on a list of options. You can do those things and still miss the entire intent, which is to change outcomes in the west and southwest neighborhoods that are due to longstanding historical and cumulative injustices. It's work that spans all areas of city council goals, multiple departments, and will require leadership of the city manager. Key to doing this for me are a set of recommendations in there that are intended to guide the city's focus on environmental equity across its departments, establishing green zones, integrating racial equity into policy and capital planning, developing an environmental justice dashboard, and continuing to build community capacity. Notably, with the exception of green zones, all of these were part of the environmental justice resolution passed 5 years ago and remain unfulfilled. What I would ask is that the council consider focusing on the goals, changing the goals so that it distributes the responsibility across departments, and that we meet again in 6 months to hear how you're doing against those plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Birch Burghardt, who will be followed by Janet Alexander Davis, and then Jerry Garl.
Well, hello. I'm representing the League of Women Voters Environmental Justice Committee. We are part of the Environmental Justice Coalition, which has been formed maybe a couple of years ago, but it's really taking shape, and it's something that I hope that will be of use to the city when it's working towards environmental justice in general. The environmental justice investigations work is phenomenal. Their reporting is thorough, and it showed significant planning and also listening to the community as they were putting it together. And I hope the City Council will follow it very closely. The goals that are the City Council goals that I believe the staff put together, is that correct? Yeah. I thought those were wonderful, and I also thought, well, I sincerely hope that you all will attach, in your thinking about what you read in those goals, attach the word equity again and again, because I guess I'm finished. But anyway, yeah, please do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Janet Alexander Davis, who will be followed by Jerry Garl, and then Kelly Fide.
Of all days, I went to the eye doctor about 3 hours ago. So you know what happened. I had no idea they were going to put the drops in my eyes, so I can't see my notes. Anyway, I'm Janet Alexander Davis, been in Evanston, born and raised here in 1943 until now, so I'm 82 plus. Grateful to be here. I just want to thank you, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, which we've met with quite a bit, City Council members, City Clerk Mendoza. My name is Janet Alexander Davis, 5th Ward. Bobby, Council member, is doing a fantastic job. And so I'm a co-chair of Environmental Justice Evanston with Jerry Garl, which you'll hear about later. My notes are real quick, so it won't be here but a second. Hope I don't get buzzed out. But just a few words just to say that. I was born here in 1943, and, you know, we couldn't just be here. Sundown law said, get the heck out. But I was born here some kind of way and raised here. So I'm here tonight to briefly comment about my lived experience in Evanston and the EEI report. And most of my background and feelings are going to be about the waste transfer station. I get sick of talking about it because we can't seem to get rid of it. There's not a political will, which that's the one thing that I don't think has been applied to the whole problem. Well, would you like to live next door to the garbage dump, is what I want to ask. So I'm hoping that the EEI will take it seriously and see really what can we do. We've done reparations. We've done a lot of different things that we have gotten kudos from other communities. Why not this one? Myself and others have worked for many years toward this day that the equity investigation would be a living tool to review the past, the present, those with the power in the future. Will not repeat the acts of the past while mitigating what's in the EEI report. I say with real fear, our current administration in Washington will take away all of our rights. We must be very careful now what we allow those in power to overturn our dignity as a country. Finally, I just want to just say this. In terms of the waste transfer station, I grew up part of the time in the Fifth Ward. Early on, when my father was in the war, we lived in South Evanston. But bottom line, when I'm reminded about what it was like to live in the Fifth Ward at a certain time, that if you drive down McCormick going south to Howard Street, going to the Jewel, have you ever smelled something that you wondered, what is that? That's what we live with, though, every day. So when we start thinking about things that programs that people did a lot of work in this last year to put the EEI report together, please don't just disrespect this and understand that our lived experience are certain things. I have a feeling that it's hard for people that are not black and brown to understand what it's like to live in the United States, and that our lived experience is not appreciated or believed. Believe us. Believe us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jerry Garl, who'll be followed by Kelly Fide and then Jack Jordan.
Good evening, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, City Clerk Mendoza, and members of City Council. I'm Jerry Garl, co-chair with Janet Alexander Davis of Environmental Justice Evanston. And I'm here tonight to congratulate the city on the excellent work that was done by staff and the MKSK contractor to complete the long-awaited environmental equity investigation. It was worth the wait. While this is just the beginning, the report is a call to action on improving equity in the lives of Evanston residents and serves as a roadmap to help us get there. What we do next depends on whether you, as City Council, City Manager, and Mayor, choose to act in a meaningful way. City Council is being asked tonight to accept and place the report on file. Tonight, City Council's action must go further. The city should make it a priority to fill the existing budgeted equity manager position to help manage the implementation of EEI actions. That position has been vacant since Dr. Patricia Effiam left the position in 2020 and since Liam Bird's tenure ended in 2023. We noted that the proposed council goals to be adopted this evening include one under climate action resiliency, to implement at least one action under the EEI focus areas by 2027. However, the 4 EEI focus areas are housing and development, open space, parks and trees, streets and transportation, and community services, including waste and stormwater management. So these should be included in all of the council's goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kelly Fide, who will be followed by Jack Jordan and then Niles Coalition.
Hello, I'm Kelly Fide, and I'm a member of the EJ Coalition, and I'm continuing the previous comments from Jerry. Equity considerations should be reflected across the board in decisions on land use, zoning, economic development, capital improvements, priority setting, and budgeting. I respectfully request that both City Manager Stowe and Mayor Biss prepare cover letters to be included in the final EEI report that includes commitments for action by the City of Evanston. The mayor's letter would reflect the commitment of elected officials to declare environmental equity as a guiding principle in Evanston for each policy, plan, and public investment. It would establish public accountability for implementation, actual tactical implementation. In many ways, the city's manager letter of commitment is even more critical, since it would direct staff in all departments to begin the process of reviewing and prioritizing each of the EEI's recommended actions, set the stage for developing community partnerships for engagement and collaboration, call for operational work plans. That's a big piece, I think, that's been missing up until now, the tactical operational work plans. What's going to happen when, by whom? and the budget proposals for council approval, track progress, and oversee overall performance. We're really excited to get started on this, and we really do stand ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jack Jordan, who will be followed by Niles Coalition, and then Nancy Floy.
Hey everyone, Happy New Year. I'm Jack Jordan. I'm the Executive Director of Climate Action Evanston and the co-chair of the Environmental Justice Coalition, along with Baxter Swilley at Evanston Cradle to Career. The EJ Coalition, if you haven't heard of it, is a collective of more than a dozen local organizations committed to the health of our environment and our community. This includes Climate Action Evanston, Evanston Cradle to Career, the YWCA, the NAACP North Shore, the League of Women Voters, Interfaith Action, Lighthouse Rotary, and many houses of worship and other student groups. On behalf of the coalition, we want to express our gratitude to this city and to the consultant team for a great process. Kara Pratt and her team deserve a lot of credit, and to Janet Alexander Davis and Jerry Garl, who have been working on this for over 10 years. This is really a culmination of a lot of work, not just from this year. And second, as a coalition, we want you all to understand that implementation of this is our number one priority for 2026. This is our roadmap to be better. Regarding near-term implementation, our greatest fear is that this report is going to be filed and then forgotten. That's our fear. That should be your fear as well. We spent good money on this. It's a great report. So it's our job as advocates and your job as elected officials to ensure that this does not happen. So we have 4 reasonable concrete asks that I think will help all of us out. First, as it relates to the city council goals for tonight, the EEI impacts all elements of the city's operations, not just sustainability. So as has been previously expressed, we ask that you include implementation as a bullet in each of the umbrella categories, not just under climate action and resiliency. If implementation is only under the sustainability office, we are sure to fall short of those goals. Second, we request a letter from you, Mayor Biss, and you, Manager Stowe. It can be a very short letter, but we'd love to have your name behind this. Third, comes to that equity manager position. It's on page 388. It's already funded. Let's fill that position to oversee this. And fourth, we'd respectfully love to hear back from you all on how we are doing in 6 months' time at the June 22nd City Council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Niles Coalition, who will be followed by Nancy Floy, and then Gabi Walker-Aguiar.
Hello. 2 years ago this week, I stood at this podium warning you about the dangers of the flock safety surveillance cameras. At that meeting, the police gave you misinformation to rush you into a contract. And in those 2 years since, Evanston Police illegally trafficked surveillance data to agencies across the country, including the feds. Now those same agencies raid our streets and kidnap our neighbors with help from Evanston Police. The cops defended their surveillance again and again until the truth came out. When they were caught, they showed no remorse, only promises to bring back more surveillance. And that's exactly what happened at the last meeting, right? Once again, the cops gave you misinformation. Once again, you were rushed into a very expensive contract, but this time it wasn't for $250,000. It was $6 million. The police are happy to divert money from housing, schools, and small local businesses. And this is a masterclass in defund the police. Everything the movement for Black Lives warned us about is playing out in real time. A police reform body camera contract turned into an entire ecosystem of violence. I'm not sure what is more disturbing, the massive amount of money, public money that you diverted from our community, or the pessimistic vision of a future that commits us to a bleak police state. By approving that contract, you showed that police lie so much and kill so much that you threw $6 million at a desperate attempt to mitigate the harm police bring. Surveillance is not safety. It is a weapon, and it is making our community unsafe and unwelcoming.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nancy Floy, who will be followed by Gabi Walker-Aguiar, and then Byron Glapion.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Floy. I'm the founder and director of the Hartwood Center, located at Dempster and Dodge in the 2nd Ward. I'm here to support Gabi and Byron and our request for a $400,000 TIF loan to build out their restaurant, their amazing restaurant that they want to bring, Choice Authentic, at 1830 Dempster at Dempster and Dodge. That's an expansion of their existing business, Four Sons. At the request of Paul Zalmazak and Bobby Burns, I had many, many phone conversations with Ben Kaddish, who reviewed all of our financials and found them to be tight, clear, and concise. And you have a letter from Ben stating that. I've been with Wintrust Bank, Hartwood has for 15 years, and we've gotten through their underwriting process, and we're poised, ready tomorrow to close on that property, but it's contingent on the build-out funds and what happens in this meeting tonight. We have raised, in the $2 million project, we have raised 31%, and Ben Kaddish asked me to highlight that with you. We are bringing 31% equity to the deal. The tenant's bringing 3.5. They're putting $70,000 of their own money in. Wintrust mortgage is 44%. That leaves a 20% gap, just a 20% gap of $4,000. We're maxed out with our loans. You have notes and letters from our bank letting you know that we cannot borrow any more money. We also added a clawback, so it's a win-win for the city. There's no possibility that the city can lose money on this deal because you have the clawback in there. I would just ask that as you're considering this, that you would consider Gabi and Byron and their kids. It's for them that we're doing this. Local, minority, women-owned business. It's for Gabi and Byron. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gabi Walker-Aguiar, who will be followed by Byron Glapion, and then Larry Akey.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us. My name is Gabrielle Jean-Paul Walker-Aguilar. I am a descendant of Evanston entrepreneurs for generations contributing to this community, as well as being an entrepreneur myself. And I plan to continue the legacy as well as pass it on to my children, the actual 4 sons. To remind you of how we plan, that we not only plan to be a for-profit business, but a community asset by moving our already existing Healthful restaurant from Main Street over to Dempster and Dodge to be accessible to the high school students, having a reduced price teen-focused menu from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., always offering free coffee, showcasing local talent through arts on the wall and musical offerings in our lounge, hiring the youth of Evanston and continuing the 4 Sons Youth Training Program, a place for resources by continuing to partner with the nonprofit organization Hope for the Day with suicide prevention materials, youth-focused evening programs like open mics, sessions, game nights, and movie nights with free popcorn. Continue to support community wellness by hosting our quarterly community detox program. You aren't just supporting a restaurant build out by approving the $400,000 TIF request. You are ensuring our community has access to a more inviting and enriching, wholesome experience at the gateway of Evanston, Illinois. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Byron Glapion, who will be followed by Larry Akey and then Dekel Fonda.
Good evening, council members. First, I'll say as emphasis that this is, again, an expansion of an already existing and thriving business, one that is centered on community, one that provides healthy alternatives to a community saturated with those that are otherwise. Aggressive sales projections, as stated by the Economic Development Department, is not far-reaching in the case of this business. It's listed a bit above industry averages because this business model is above and beyond those standards. Open from 6 a.m. breakfast through lunch and closing after dinner at 9 p.m., above industry standards. With proper management, all expectations in our report will be met. But the fact is that we are not asking the city to invest tax dollars into our business. We are asking that you provide us with the requested TIF to bridge a gap that we would other not meet in this build-out. With this build-out, the city invests is increasing the value of the property for later use. With this build-out, the city assists in creating an additional tax revenue stream. And with this build out, those property taxes will eventually replace this TIF funding granted and continue to contribute towards the longer term funding of those projects noted by the Economic Development Department memo in this case. This is a win for us, and this is a win for the city's long-term goals. Finally, allow me one example. TIF funding was granted Chicken and Waffles for a build-out. Although the business failed, the modernized commercial kitchen build-out allowed other operators to more easily establish their businesses at this property. Presently, Cabool House and their predecessors have repaid the original TIF grant with continual property tax dollars flowing into the city's projects that you all may deem fit. So please remember that Four Sons bears similarities with this example. The only difference is that our business will not fail.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Larry Akey, who will be followed by DeKel Fonda and then Javoid Simmons.
Mayor Biss, members of the council, for the record, my name is Larry Akey. I live at 1814 Dempster in the 2nd Ward. I'm here tonight wearing 2 hats. First, I want to wear the hat of a member of the West Village Business Association. We actively participated in the Evanston Thrive initiative, an initiative that the council spent well in excess of $100,000, thousands of volunteer hours to identify ways in which we could improve economic development in the city of Evanston. One of the key points that that initiative arrived at is that the corner of Dempster and Dodge is one of the main gateways into the city. We are talking about providing a community center and restaurant at that location that will give the city, not only those of us in the 2nd Ward, but the entire city, a gateway that will be attractive and helpful. It doesn't make any sense to spend as much money as we spent on Evanston Thrive, as many hours as we spent on Evanston Thrive, to then ignore it when we have an opportunity to do something about it. Second, I'm here wearing the hat of the treasurer of the Heartwood Center, Sojourning Meditation Center of Evanston. As Nancy indicated, we are maxed out on what we can borrow. We have commitments from donors in excess of $600,000. The staff memo is incorrect. All of those are commitments for donations, not for loans. But those donors are looking at what the city wants to do on this. And so we're asking for a significant commitment on your part. We'll do our part if you'll do your part. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is DeKel Fonda, who will be followed by Javoid Simmons and then Darlene Cannon.
Council members and Mayor Biss, DeKel Fonda, 2nd Ward. I am a co-founder and current board president of the West Village Business Association, but I'm here to speak from a personal perspective. My partner, Javoid Simmons, and I have lived and worked in the West Village we bought a home 46 years ago when a 30-year-old couple could actually buy a house with a yard. We are the elders now in our community. And what we see Gabi and Byron visioning with Choice Authentic harkens back to a simpler time that we remember when people used to gather in people's homes. We don't have a gathering place in the West Village. They're offering us not just good food, but a community gathering space with music, performances, highlighting local talent. Their vision offers a connection that we are quickly losing in this country, and we need it more now than ever. I realize that you are getting letters of opposition to using this TIF money for this particular project. But most of the people, and I've read some of these articles, some of these letters in the media, many of these people don't live in our neighborhood. They don't know this corner. They're not close to this corner, and what happens there will not impact their lives, but it will significantly impact the quality of life of our good residential and business neighbors. I urge you to support this grant request in the amount that is needed. Help Choice Authentic bring community gathering spot to the West Village, just like there are in other places in the city. Let that become a reality in our neighborhood as well. May it be.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Javoid Simmons, who will be followed by Darlene Cannon and then Linda Damashek.
What she said.
I also agree with that. We've had places there for a long time in that area that have not been successful, but we have something here that I think could be very good for the community. I encourage you to fully support this. We have our hearts in this. This is home for us. There are many people that are on board and wanting to see that area thrive and do the city proud. So help us out there.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Darlene Cannon, who will be followed by Linda Damashek and then Paula Scholl.
Thank you, Darlene Cannon, Second Ward. Our community deserves a meaningful investment in health, safety, and overall well-being. The work being proposed tonight speaks directly to the long-standing needs, and the leaders driving this work is Gabby and Byron. I proudly stand behind their vision. Access to healthy food is not a luxury. It is a basic necessity. For far too long, the Second Ward has lacked healthy foods. It's a food swamp. Options, other wards across Evanston enjoy healthy food selections. That disparity is real, and addressing it is long overdue. As this body considers its decision, I urge you to weigh the facts and the needs of our residents and the long-term health disparities laid out in your own E-plan, not the voices of uninformed naysayers who don't really understand what we're trying to do here. This decision should be balanced, grounded in equity, and guided by what will truly serve the health and well-being of the Second Ward and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek, who will be followed by Paula Scholl and then Julie Flips.
I'm changing the subject. Okay. Tonight, I have concerns regarding the staff revision of the vacation short-term rental, think Airbnb, rules and regs for the city of Evanston, due to its inadequate response to the unchecked expansion of such rentals that remove units from Evanston's housing supply, which negatively impacts housing affordability, which I know so many of you are deeply concerned about. I hope you city council members will discuss tonight how to strengthen this revision. I have some suggestions. The changes that staff and city council should make include restricting short-term rental units to Evanston residents only. This was originally just for sharing extra rooms in your home for extra income. Well, it's not supposed to be big business. It should not be extended to non-residents. It should not be to commercial businesses. There are other things that should be changed. So allowing 25% of buildings that are 4 units and more, that's too large of a percentage, and that should be reduced. In addition, having it be 300 feet, only 300 feet between rental units, that's not far enough away. There should be far more dispersion of these units. So I look forward to your discussion of these suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Scholl, who will be followed by Julie Flips and then Rebecca Shirikis.
Hello, Paula Scholl, 9th Ward. I'm going to be echoing some of the comments that you've already heard about the excellent environmental equity investigation, which represents a very valuable and important investment in Evanston. But if we want to make this investment matter, we do need to recognize that most of the recommended remedies go well beyond climate action and sustainability, and specifically involve departments such as Public Works, Health and Human Services, Finance and Budget, Parks and Rec, Community Development, and City Management. So we'll need council members, all of us council members, to become familiar and internalize the detailed investigation findings so that you can provide direction to city management. We'll need city managers to plan how these recommendations will be implemented across all these different departments. And we'll also need the multiple commissions and boards, including Land Use, Parks and Rec, Environment Board, Equity and Empowerment, and Economic Development, to study the EEI in detail so we can elevate priorities and help maintain the city's focus. This is difficult work, but it's long overdue, absolutely necessary, and we need to recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julie Fleps, who will be followed by Rebecca Shirikis and then Chuck Wasserberg.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Julie Fleps, and I am here to speak on behalf of granting the TIF money for Choice Authentic, and I live in the 6th Ward. Envision Evanston has a list of goals, I guess, that are, some of them are without a doubt already exist. Evanston is vibrant, beautiful, and diverse. All this is true. Providing TIF funding for Choice Authentic would be another step in the direction of meaningfully adding the word equitable to that list. I ask you to support the use of $400,000 in TIF funding to make Choice Authentic a reality. Evanston has an opportunity here to align action with intention to support a business run by community members in a neighborhood that is underserved in terms of healthy food options. Gabby and Byron have shown that they have a clear vision, experience, and a thorough plan. I look forward to becoming a patron of Choice Authentic, an innovative and creative restaurant and gathering place that will be an asset to the West Village neighborhood and to all of Evanston. Again, I ask the council to vote yes and support TIF funding for this project. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rebecca Shirikis, who will be followed by Chuck Wasserberg and then David Elsie.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Shirikis, and I live with my family in the 2nd Ward at 1825 Crane Street, just around the corner from the proposed Choice Authentic restaurant. I'm asking the City Council to please vote yes for TIF funding of $400,000 for the restaurant build out. We cannot imagine a better addition to our neighborhood than Choice Authentic. Not only will it offer new and healthy options on that corner, but it also promises to be a place where people gather, connect, and build community. Our neighborhood needs such a space, and our teenagers and ETHS students will benefit from more healthy food choices within walking distance of the school. The fact that Choice is already offering ETHS student discounts and a teen lunch special is an excellent indicator of their commitment to the well-being of our city's young people. A healthy food restaurant with space for community-focused art and music aligns perfectly with the Evanston Thrives Action Plan's recommendations for West Village. A perfect fit for our neighborhood, Choice Authentic will strengthen West Village's identity as a unique arts and wellness enclave as described in the plan. It will also honor, celebrate, and forefront the long and strong roots of Evanston's Haitian community and the important contributions of that community to the city. This is an important opportunity to support a minority and woman-owned local small business run by a homegrown entrepreneur, Gabby, who is inspired and committed to give back to her community. Choice Authentic, which authentically embodies so much of what Evanston aspires to be, deserves the city's support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Chuck Wasserberg, who will be followed by David Elsie and then Alice George.
Hi there, Chuck Wasserberg, 2nd Ward, Evanston. I live about 3 blocks from the proposed site of the Choice Authentic restaurant, and I want to talk about 2 themes that have come up tonight. First of all, I also was a member of Climate Action Evanston for many years, and was a co-lead, and I want to support what they are what the EEI investigation is going to do. It's extremely important that everybody support that, and I'm delighted to be here throwing my hat in the ring for that. And I also I was also going to talk about Choice Authentic, and I think they're related. And my question would simply be this: if people support EEI and all the environmental equity efforts that are going on, how would you not support a quality restaurant that is going to be in a fast food corridor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Elsie, who will be followed by Alice George and then William Carter.
Good evening, council members. I'm 3rd Ward. Nice to meet you, Councilman Isles. And to each of you, I'm going to broaden out a little bit, maybe change tacks on why I propose and encourage you to consider the funds, the TIF funds for Authentic, for the restaurant. I'm going to ask a very fundamental question, and I'm afraid it may be quite wide-ranging, but I think it's of value. Why are we here? I know there's items on the agenda, and I know all that, but why do you volunteer your time? You all are kind souls. You have reasons to contribute to your town, and I bow to you for that. My angle on the funds is that rarely do we have an opportunity to make a choice as a town and you as a council to contribute to something so fundamental to well-being. This food is not just a restaurant, and the high school students that walk by are youth that will become souls who are adults in this town and elsewhere. Food is one of the most prominent ways for our lives to change. What we eat creates these bodies. And so if you create a place where that can happen in a positive way, plus a community center, plus where hearts can exchange and community members can meet each other and hear music and create together, this is fundamentally more than just funds for a restaurant. So as you consider going to bed tonight, I invite you to consider the possibility of being happy, that you really feel like you contributed to the way Evanston becomes a prominent city with special purpose behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alice George, who will be followed by William Carter and then Tina Payton.
Hey everyone, I'm Alice George. I've lived in the 2nd Ward for 36 years. I live about 3.5 blocks from the proposed restaurant. I'm here to urge you to approve the TIF loan for Authentic Choice. I have 3 reasons for you. One is I've read the business plan and it's good. And I know business plans. I'm a part owner of Sketchbook Brewing. We have been a beneficiary of TIF fundings out in Skokie, and we know how essential those funds are to business startup. So I think it's a solid business, and I urge you to support it. Second, the food is really good. I've tasted it. They've catered a couple of events. It's delicious. It gives that authentic Creole taste in a way that I haven't tasted outside of New Orleans, and I cannot wait to frequent the restaurant quite a bit. My third is about third spaces. Evanston has a bunch of them. I know that as, like I say, Sketchbook, we're lucky to see folks who come to have a beer or two and meet friends and hang, listen to music, play games, have birthday parties. We all know the pandemic loneliness in our society. We know that human-on-human connection is what we need. We need third spaces that allow this. That space there on that corner, hosting music and games, teen events. I cannot wait to be part of that. I've seen what's happened in that neighborhood with Zently. Zently has made a huge difference, and Authentic Choice will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is William Carter, who will be followed by Tina Payton and then Jacob Carlin. Is Mr. Carter no longer here? In that case, we'll move ahead with Tina Payton, who will be followed by Jacob Carlin and then Althea Teemer.
Good evening. Since we're talking about how long we've been in the neighborhood, I've been a resident of the 2nd Ward for 55 years. All committee and meetings should be hybrid and recorded for 2026. Quickly, I would like to talk about the vacation rentals. I did not see the change in the furnish policy. And I have rented furnished units for over 10 years. And it should not be a requirement for me to have a lease if it's over 30 days. Short-term rental is less than 30 days, and that's what it should be. Unlike many people in this room, I'll probably have rocks thrown at me in a few minutes. I'm going to have you question the TIF money. We've had businesses close. Evanston Rebuilder Warehouse, you gave $250,000. They're closed. The Cafe Coralie, you gave $50,000 in a loan. They're closed. Hip Circle Empowerment, you gave them a loan and money, and they're closed. Much money has gone from TIF money to restaurants. This is very important about TIFs and how they're used. And you should consider something other than restaurants when you consider TIF money, and how will you recover this money if they go out of business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jacob Carlin, who will be followed by Althea Timur, and then Archana Lal Tabak.
Hi, my name is Jacob Carlin, and I'm here to speak about what's happening with District 65. I've been working with a group of D65 parents with expertise in data science, known as the Legion of Nerds. I'm here tonight to urge collaboration between the city and D65. The value of high-quality public education cannot be overstated, and it's especially critical for our youngest learners to start off on the right foot so they can become capable, wide-eyed members of the Evanston community. There are also many secondary effects linked to local public education, such as families moving to Evanston for our schools, businesses opening in Evanston to serve these families, and hire from the vast brain trust that exists here. Now that we're in agreement on the importance of public education for a vibrant Evanston, I must inform you that D65 needs your help. The district recently went through a rough patch with an administration that harmed the district's financial fitness. The easy thing would be to create distance from this malfeasance. I'm asking you to do the hard thing. This is a time that requires decisive action to right the ship. There are high-quality administrators working towards this goal. There are new board members with impressive expertise, and there's an invigorated community ready to push for the students' best interests. Now you may be asking, how can the city help? Well, I have too many ideas to get to tonight, but I urge you, we need to put our heads together and figure out the best course of action for the district before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Althea Timur, who will be followed by Archana Lal Tabak.
Hi, good evening. I also am here to speak about the vacation rentals. My name is Althea Fraser Timur. I've lived in Evanston since '83, and I've owned a 2-flat building since '86. And I've rented to Section 8 over 30 some odd years. I've had tenants, low income, Section 8, being a host to them. Now at 73, it's too much to have this long term. So I invested in the last couple of years in restoring the property, using my hard-earned money. I'm a retired teacher, and trying to fix it so that, you know, I could rent it out, putting in furniture and everything, making it a lovely place. And I've only been licensed for about 5 months. I've only made money for about 2 months. I'm 3 months, nobody in there. So it's not always about making money. It's not that we're going to get rich, even though the fees are going up and all of this, you know, from the city. And I don't know, you know, what you're proposing as to why and how this works. But I just ask that you would consider people like me, you know, 73 and growing, and you know, just trying to make life a little easier, also make some money so I could pay off my property tax. And I even went to doing my own lawn in the time that I'm trying to raise money, which is wearing out on me. So, but I've been in Evanston, I've worked in Evanston, I worked with Fleetwood Jourdain for years, and now I'm just trying to be comfortable. And my only option after this, because I don't want to go to long-term rental, is to sell and move out of Evanston. And that's not what I want to do. So please consider that my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Archana Lal Tabak.
Hi, everyone. My name's Dr. Archana Lal Tabak. Pronounce it a little differently. Dr. Archana Lal Tabak of the Heart of Transformation Wellness Institute. And pondering back to when I first came to Evanston, it was in 1970, and I was like 7 years old. So now you kind of know how old I am. Oh, well, it's all good. I'm getting younger all the time. I'm here to speak for the TIF funding for Choice Authentic. I'm a member of the Heartwood Sangha, and I'm a holistic physician working with sustainable health for all ages, starting before birth, helping people get pregnant and helping them transition. And I work in Ayurveda and mind-body medicine in sustainability for the environment, which is strongly being spoken about today, both internally and externally. I'm currently residing in the 6th Ward, and I went to Northwestern in 1980. I've been here a long time. Tried to go to the West Coast, but Evanston called me back. So I always love Evanston. The diversity in Evanston, the community in Evanston, the health choices in Evanston. We have like the best organic vendors at the farmers market. And I've had the delicious food at Four Sons. The juices are excellent. The food is excellent. So all I can say is today, please look at the environmental impact of this amazing restaurant, the health impact, the educational impact. I'm telling you, I'll be doing workshops there on wellness for sure. And I work with kids and twice exceptionality and helping them follow their strengths and gifts. I'm also a child psychiatrist, by the way. So what don't I do? Anyway, please vote $400,000 for TIF funding for Choice Authentic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This completes the list of those who signed up in person to speak in person. So now I'll move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Daniela Padilla, who will be followed by Yuma Aguilar, and then Olu Logan.
Hi, I'm Danny. Never done this before, so we'll see how it goes. I'm here to raise the issue of secondhand smoke exposure in shared spaces, living spaces like apartments. I just moved here around 5 months ago to study biology at Northwestern, and it wasn't until I started living underneath a chain smoker that I realized that it's not illegal to smoke in apartments. I tried asking the management company that runs my complex to help with this, but they weren't sufficiently persuaded to do anything about it, so that's why I'm here talking to you guys, asking for a ban on smoking inside apartments or any shared living spaces. First, I know I don't have that much time, but I'm going to try to present empirical evidence that secondhand smoke exposure in apartments has significant negative health consequences. So according to a meta-analysis, which is the highest form of evidence, it's a gold standard, exposure to secondhand smoke increases one's risk of lung cancer by more than 20%. The CDC in 2025 also reported similar statistics. Lung cancer and stroke, they saw an increase just by, you don't have to smoke it, you just have to have exposure to secondhand smoke. Your risk of stroke and lung cancer increases 20 to 30%, which is crazy. How is this possible? It's because 60% of the air in complexes is shared. So just because you close your door doesn't mean, no amount of ventilation, no amount of opening windows is going to protect people that are living in apartments. And if you're feeling sympathetic towards smokers who have to consider quitting or smoking outside, let me remind you that there's no constitutional right to smoke, but people should have a right to smoke carcinogen-free air. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Yuma Aguilar, who will be followed by Olu Logan, and then Shar Henry.
Good evening. My name is Yuma Aguilar. I'm here tonight to talk about the TIF for Choice Food Hall. As a student at ETHS and a voice, we need healthy options that are closer to us, and Choice would be clearly and dearly to us because what mainly surrounds our school is fast foods like like McDonald's and Burger King. And the food that is served to us at school, if I'm being honest, isn't the best. Choice would give us freedom from those places, especially for the students like me that can't go far because of our lack of transportation. I, Yuma, ask the City Council to vote yes for the TIF.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Olu Logan, who will be followed by Shar Henry.
Hi, my name is Olu Logan. I'm the grandson of former Chief Bill Logan and son of Gabi Aguilar and Dr. Julia Logan. I'm here to give a different perspective for the TIF money and why I strongly believe that we need this. I'm a student at University of Illinois and a former ETHS student. During my time at ETHS, we would leave, go to lunch, and there was nothing healthy to eat. There was McDonald's, there's Burger King, there's Dunkin' Donuts, there's Starbucks. None of that are healthy options. Down at U of I, we have the same things. Nothing are healthy options. Within the past 5 years, I've dedicated multiple hours of my life towards bodybuilding. I've competed and I won competitions, and 80% of that is due to health and the food that I eat. Because of the lack of healthy options, I've become one hell of a chef, but I would also like to eat out at times and have healthy options. I grew up around vegan parents and learning about my health, and I believe that if this money goes towards Choice Food Hall, it will greatly benefit our community and help to decrease the 20% child obesity rate and almost 42% of obesity rate that we have in this country, which I believe is only growing and needs to come down to save people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shar Henry.
Greetings, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Shara Henry. I'm going to come from a little bit more of a personal perspective. I've lived out of the city for about 20 years. I was born and raised here. I am a fourth generation African-American Evanstonian. My family has been here for over 150 years. And when I came back, I saw an advertisement about 4 sons. This was some years back. And I read Gabby's story. And when I read the story, I found out that her mother was Linda John Paul. Linda John Paul and my mother were very good friends as children. They played together. And so I went to the restaurant because of that, because I wanted to meet her, because my mother always spoke so highly of her mother. And when I went over there, I didn't meet her because it was the first restaurant that they had. But I'm a smoothie person. I am a naturalist. I was a vegan, a vegetarian for some years. So I went to the restaurant because of the options. And I also wanted to meet my mother's best friend's daughter. She wasn't there. The place burned down. So I kept looking as I was passing to see if she would rebuild. Well, a couple of weeks ago, I went over there and I saw that she did. I went in and I told her why it was so important for me to meet her. And she told me about this new effort that she wanted to do on Dodge and Dempster, which ironically is about 4 blocks from my family's home. My family's home has been there for some years. I am just asking and saying that she is resilient. This woman is resilient. What she's trying to do for our community is awesome. So I'm really hoping that you all vote yes for the TIF dollars. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. This concludes the in-person portion of public comment. We now go to the online public comment and hear from Michelle Mills.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? It won't let me start video. Okay, great. Michelle Mills, 3rd Ward, and a trustee and treasurer of the Evanston Public Library. I'm speaking in my individual capacity tonight. Mayor Biss and council members, thank you. I would be there in person, but like many people, I'm sick right now. I'm here because Councilmember Rogers requested a discussion about whether the library should return to being a department of the city. I want to respond to the premise. First, the library purchases city services for $350,000 a year, and our fiduciary obligation is to ensure that we get value measured by cost and quality. Across my 25 years in government, nonprofit, and private operations, I can assure you that the standard is to define expectations, measure service levels, and align cost to outcomes. We need this work underway. It is the stewardship of tax dollars. Second, the capital reality. Our building needs maintenance and modernization, starting with the roof. The city owns the building and has many urgent infrastructure priorities. Our ask is to work with the city on a lawful path for the library to execute a meaningful capital plan and not compete with other city priorities. Since September, we have asked for a fact-based feasibility analysis of options, like an asset transfer or other long-term structure that enables independent financing. Third, the appointed trustee model is by design. Libraries are on the front lines of democracy and free expression. Our structure provides continuity and protects the library from politics. In a moment when libraries nationally are on the front lines of free speech debates, Evanston should be very cautious about taking steps that make our library more politically vulnerable or attract needless attention to our community. I welcome a lawful, fact-based discussion, but we must work through council to adhere to each entity's legal jurisdiction. Evanston residents deserve a library that is modern, safe, stable, and protected from politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, before we go to special, that concludes public comment for the evening. Before we go to special orders of business, I'd like to handle the unanimous portion of the consent agenda, so folks who need to leave can do so. There are already 3 items to be removed from the consent agenda for potential introduction and action. Those are A16, PD1, and PD2. Are there other items that folks would like to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Davis.
SP2?
What's that?
SP2? Oh, it's not part of consent. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, so that's already by definition removed from the consent agenda, both SPs.
In HCDC 1?
HCDC 1, yep.
A8, please.
A8. EDC 1. Councilmember Kelly?
Items A10 through 12 and 15 to address together.
A10, A11, A12, and you said 15, 1-5?
A15.
Great.
AP1 as well, please.
And A16.
Yep, that's already been pulled. So what I have so far, which is quite a list, is A8, A10, A11, A12, A15, A16. So that's 6 items from the ANPW agenda. PD1 and PD2, HCDC 1, EDC 1, and AP1. Is there anything else folks would like to see removed from the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I will move the approval of the consent agenda minus the items A8, 10, A10, A11, A12, A15, A16, PD1 and PD2, and EDC 1.
And also HCDC 1 and AP1?
And also HCDC 1 and AP1.
Councilmember Hadakaitis moves approval of the consent agenda with the following 11 exceptions: A8, A10, A11, A12, A15, A16, PD1, PD2, HCDC 1, EDC 1, and AP1. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaitis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the consent agenda with the 11 items previously enumerated is approved. Now on item SP1, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item SP1, the Evanston Environmental Equity Investigation Final Report, for acceptance and placing on file.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to accept and place on file the Evanston Environmental Equity Investigation Final Report. Councilmember Harris seconds. Kara, do you have a presentation to share? All right, we'll begin with that.
Yes, good evening, Kara Pratt, Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer. Before I pass the mic over to Brett at MKSK, I just wanted to express so much gratitude to the community for helping to put this together. This process was always community-driven and community-led. I remember so vividly conversations with Miss Janet Alexander Davis and Miss Jerry Garl my first week in October 2021, talking about the vision for this process. So we finally made it. We've finished this report, and I'm so pleased to present it to City Council in collaboration with hundreds of hours of volunteer effort of our neighbors and community members. I also wanted to express gratitude to city staff, in particular to Kristen Meyer from the Health Department and to my colleague Kirsten Drehobel-Vega. The three of us have been leading this in collaboration with several other city staff. Thanks so much, Sarah. So thank you to everyone, and I'll pass the mic over to Brett.
Thank you so much, Kara. Also, thank you, Mayor Biss, and the entire Evanston City Council for allowing me to speak this evening regarding the final outcomes of the Evanston Environmental Equity Investigation. My name is Brett Weidel. I'm a principal and landscape architect at a planning consulting firm called MKSK located in Chicago, but I'm also a proud Evanston resident. Tonight I represent our talented consulting team members that include CDTA partners, Added Dimension, and Revitalize Communities. It is my distinct honor to share the culmination of many years of hard work initiated by the Evanston environmental advocacy community, in addition to the larger Evanston community as a whole, and in partnership with the city. In the scheme of things, MKSK has only been involved for 15 months of this process, whereas the community has tirelessly advocated for environmental equity and justice for many years. The community initiated this crucial investigation to gain a more collective understanding of city policies, practices, and priorities that have led to systemic inequities and injustices over many generations. Through generous partnership with the city, our planning team has humbly created a bridge to discover and document the true lived experiences of community members and the issues that they face on a daily basis. From these issues, we researched the historical context of their origin, inventoried practices that have led to these inequities, and developed critical evaluations of injustices that persist today. This investigation compiles information on current environmental inequities in Evanston and the impacts that certain community members face when systemic inequities and burdens exist over many generations. The goal of the study was to provide a roadmap for moving the needle from the past landscape of injustice to a more equitable future for all Evanston community members. The following definition of environmental equity was used throughout this process: when all people have the same opportunities for health and prosperity without disadvantages from physical, economic, or social structures. This process was centered around a robust community outreach and engagement process where we listened, documented, strategized, and empowered the community to voice their lived experiences. They determined causes for inequities, and we empowered the community to be part of the solution. The investigation was guided by the determination of focus areas within the city of Evanston. Based on census tract information and previous studies, systemic disadvantages were identified where household incomes were lower, life expectancies were lower, and where racial segregation is more prominent. Because these areas experience the greatest inequities, these are the focus areas that the study most keenly zeroed in on. And I would recommend everyone take a look at the final report, which provides some startling comparisons between these focus areas and some of the environmental issues that exist in Evanston. A more detailed account of the engagement process is captured in the full report, but here's a list of some of the key community workshops, focus group, pop-up events, and leadership committee meetings that were hosted throughout this process. Community members engaged and truly shaped the full direction of this planning process. And as you can see, there was a broad range of participation in the events across the city region. That's sort of a heat map showing where different individuals came to our meetings from across the city. The result of this work with the community is the Environmental Equity Investigation Final Report, which seeks to document and create transparency about the EEI process, clarify the community's commitment to environmental equity, use data and storytelling to convey investigation findings, build a shared understanding among stakeholders and partners, and provide guidance for future action and implementation. This report is organized into 4 distinct themes that tracked primary feedback received around open space, parks and trees, streets and transportation, housing and development, and community services. We also included a section of general recommendations that encompassed overarching environmental equity principles and actions. The final report captures key actions that can take the form of projects, policies, and programs. It provides changemakers varying levels of control over implementation and outcomes, and also provides actions that vary in scale, complexity, impact, and cost. We recognize that some of these actions will be under the control of the city or of the community, while others will only be able to be influenced by the city or community, or vice versa. This is where coalition building and continued community collaboration and accountability will be essential. These last couple slides capture the actions that came out of the final plan, grouped into topic themes of general recommendations, open space, parks and trees, streets and transportation, housing and development, and community services. At our final community workshop in November, the community had the opportunity to refine actions and prioritize each of these recommendations. While all recommendations are important, each item with a leaf next to it indicates the highest community priority for action as implementation advances. So highly recommend checking those out. The full report includes more detailed information regarding changemakers, potential implementation partners, alignments with other plans or studies, timeframes such as short, mid, or long-term goals, as well as metrics for how to measure progress towards actions. Finally, this work must live on and be integrated into city operations, community organizations, and the individual community members' daily actions. This report provides guidance for turning recommendations into realities through collaboration, prioritization, capacity building, and monitoring. To continue forward momentum in moving the needle from injustice to equity, it will require collaborative participation and accountability from many parties. We're incredibly honored to share the news of a recently formed environmental justice coalition that will serve to act as a stewarding organization for this work, convening cross-sectional partners towards advancement. Through this community-championed umbrella organization, existing community advocacy groups and allied organizations already doing this work can come together with the city to have an even greater impact. Through our work in this investigation, we've seen a passionate, dedicated, and determined community confront their most pressing issues head-on. We've also seen, through its legacy in this work, that the city is a willing partner to collaborate and advance environmental justice well into the future. Both community and city have come together introspectively to solve the pressing issues that exist within Evanston and to chart a more equitable course for future generations. This community in Evanston is leading the way on the national stage of environmental equity, and it's something we hope Evanston can continue to build upon. With that, I want to thank you, Mayor and City Council, once again for the opportunity to share more about this impactful effort. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Harris, followed by Nusma.
Thank you so much for a thorough report and a long one. Made my weekend full of, that's okay, educational. I was impressed or happy to see Love Your Block mentioned, a grant that Tashik Kerr and myself found, and was very instrumental in getting people out and getting people engaged. And I hope that we look at things like that. I didn't write the page number down, I forgot, but that made a difference in the communities and people working together. And I think that is the premise of environmental justice, everybody advocating for each other, regardless if it's my community or not. So I appreciated seeing that. The next thing that caught my eye was the Minneapolis and they're such a hot spot right now, unfortunately. The green zone map on page 116, and it talked about creating task force. I can't even read my own handwriting, with financial support. And I hope that that's something, while we're in budget crises, that's something that we take into consideration, that we really need to put money behind this work. It isn't going to happen necessarily without financial support. We can still do the things that we can without money, but the budget implications were really important in there. And then I think one of the other things that I keep hearing, I was invited to a panel this weekend that I attended, and I appreciated you all having that panel. Wasn't able to participate in the panel, as I told the committee, but I came anyway to hear what everybody had to say, and was really impressed and take on the responsibility that I need to do more, second ward council member, for that, especially for the waste transfer station, even though I did bring that up when we talked about Ryan Field, and nobody wanted to switch, right? So I think it's incumbent on all of us to get engaged, but to also have all staff play a role. I kept hearing that, not just Cara and Baby to be. You got two people now. That all staff, and we need to incorporate that where we can in public works, parks and rec. So those were the things that really stood out to me. Well done. And I do think we have to figure out what that action is going to be. I think I have a committed council. I think I have a committed mayor and a committed city manager. We just now need to figure it out. As you said, I don't want this to go. Many times we read it, we accept it, we put it on the file, and we move to the next thing. The things that we can and should be working on, we need to. So thank you for your time.
Councilmember Newsma, followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank staff for the time you've put into this, and also extend a hearty and heartfelt thanks to the community members, the members of Environmental Justice Evanston, Climate Action Evanston, most especially Janet and Jerry. If you guys lived in the same street, we would name it after you. So thank you for your years of effort, which are continuing to pay off here. I want to acknowledge that environmental justice, which this plan specifically addresses, is a subset of a broader category of social justice and equity. And where you draw the line is something we can discuss, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because we have to do it all. And I'm pleased that we are incorporating social justice and equity in so many of our other initiatives and plans. This environmental justice investigation overlaps with our climate action and resilience plan, our parks plan, our bike plan, which is in development, our complete streets plan, our housing for all plan, our the Evanston E-Plan. All of these could be in some way construed to have some kind of overlap with environmental justice. So while I'm pleased that we are kind of packaging this together now and moving forward, with environmental justice more explicitly on our radar, I also want to be clear that we've been doing a lot of this work already, and we'll continue to do it under any of these various other plans. Our comprehensive plan as well has baked a lot of this stuff into it. One of the similarities between all these documents is the word plan. And plans are great, but I will double down on what Councilmember Harris just said about moving from plan to action. And I'm kind of tired of all these plans. I want to start the work or continue doing the work. And so I look forward to doing that. this conversation is going to overlap with our city council goals and our kind of work plan discussion. I want to make sure we're focusing on doing the work, and like, let's put that plan on the shelf and get our hands dirty doing the work. Thanks.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Hadakaris.
I want to also thank the community members and our staff for this great work. I look forward to seeing this move forward in implementation. Councilmember Harris mentioned budget implications, so it was just brought to mind, but we can maybe discuss it at another meeting. But the waste transfer station, I was also glad to see that mentioned throughout. I know that's a serious, deep concern. But I know there's a host fee that we've collected hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm just, at some point, it would be nice to get a report on what we've collected from the waste transfer station, if that is, and whether tonnage has increased or decreased, because I think we increased the rate that we charge per ton. And I don't know where we're at, but I think that's certainly something that should be discussed in terms of budget and implementing this plan here, are these concerns, addressing these concerns. Is there anybody that can speak to that now? And if not, it's okay. It just came to mind now that I think getting an update on those hundreds of thousands of dollars that we've collected over the years. And at one point, it looked like we didn't budget anything for the collection for 24, 25, which didn't make sense to me why we wouldn't be budgeting any revenue from the waste transfer station in terms of those host fees. So again, I don't expect anybody to have answers now, but do we know where we stand in terms of a balance on that? If not, we can put that for.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly, for the question. I'm happy to have staff put together a summary for that.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
I'll just second what a lot of my colleagues have already said is thank you, community members and staff, for putting together this report. When I read it, it did not read as a report, it read as a call to action. And I really appreciated that there were action items under each section. I think the recommendation of having some of the goals be added to the council goals is really important, and I think that's something we should do tonight or next meeting, move towards doing that. And also, I know I shared this with Ms. Garl. I'm committed, if there's anything we need to do legislatively to operationalize and codify some of these changes, I'm willing to sponsor that and make sure that we do act on these actions. And so just want to thank everybody who involved in this. Thanks a lot for your work.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. The investigation final report will be accepted and placed on file. I want to echo both the thank yous to Kara and team and consultants and to the many community members who have been working on this for really a long time. And to particularly echo the reframing of this is not a report to gather dust, but a call to action to be heeded with urgency. So thank you very much. Is there a motion relative to item SP2?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item SP2, which is approval of the City Council goals for the 82nd City Council.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves approval of the City Council goals for the 82nd City Council. Councilmember Hadakaris seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember, everybody. Councilmember Rogers, followed by Davis Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had sent an email this morning to council and copied the city manager and his office on this. I would like us to kind of break this into two sections. I think that we've got a work plan that's part of our goals, but not necessarily our goals. They're staff goals. Some of them are tasks. Some of them are ordinances potentially that need to be written. I spoke with the city manager today. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he seems supportive of that idea. so that we would actually draft our goals to be the overarching categories, and then staff would create their work plans, their individual goals, their requests under those broad categories, so that anything that comes to council, in my opinion, should come forward and should be tied into one of those overarching goals. Or multiples of them. I mean, we just heard with the environmental equity plan that some of these ideas span 2 or 3 different areas: housing, our environment, and operations, all these sorts of things. So I had sent around some language to everyone this morning on what those goals might look like. That is by no means, that's just my take on it. But I just wanted to put that out there that, I don't think we should be I don't think we should be voting on some of these things that are listed under our goals. We should be providing the priorities and the guidance for staff to develop their work plans for us under the aegis of the city manager's office and his operating team.
So are you making an amendment or just some commentary at this time?
I will make an amendment potentially later, but I will since everybody's lights went on at the same time, I don't want to necessarily curtail conversation at this point.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Nusma.
So my concern is that we don't have, I only see a cash sign show up a couple of times in this document, but clearly this costs a lot of money, a lot of the things that are being proposed. So I would like to see this tagged to our current budget and to see what is actually allocated and what is in line with our budget and what necessitates likely a budget increase. So either I would say if I were to reconcile with Councilmember Rogers, either we need to be more specific and talk about how this is going to happen, because I don't want this to come up and we say, oh, we planned 25 to rehab 25 units for naturally occurring affordable housing. Okay, but we didn't have that in the budget, so now we need more money. If that's something we're committing to or we're saying is a goal of ours now, I would like to know if that is a goal that we already have budgeted and is affordable. If we're not going to go that route and we're not going to be this specific and we're not going to hold ourselves to this and we go more Councilmember Rogers' route where we're a little bit more general, then I'm okay with that. And of us going that way. But as it's currently written, I can't agree to increase support for rehabilitating 25 units with no idea of how much that's going to cost. And also, it says by 2029. So my understanding also is that we don't have a 5-year budget currently still, right? For as it applies to each fund. So again, I'm very concerned about us putting this in place before we have our financials in place and more of a grasp on that. So I won't be voting in favor of this. I can do it as it currently is. But if we want to do a future iteration, that's what I would need to go either way. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to acknowledge that this city council, the 82nd city council, is further ahead of the game than the 81st city council was, although we are still late. Last city council, we didn't get around to confirming city council goals, these 6 that I still have in front of me now, until about 3 years into our term. And we didn't at any point talk about taking the next step to turn those goals into some kind of a work plan. And I think it is really important to take that next step and go beyond the high-level goals or high-level priorities and put in front of us and share with the city manager, a mutually agreed upon work plan, essentially, that gives the city manager and the city staff the guidance I think they need to be most effective. So if I'm looking at these, multiple bullet points that are in front of us tonight, we could quibble about every one of these. I might have some quibbles that I would want to bring up tonight. But what we are looking at here is what we asked for and what is now in front of us. I am prepared to move forward with everything that's in front of us. And maybe we want to refine some of these goals or tweak some of these city goals. Some of these tasks, let me say, some of those bullet points. And I'd be happy to have that discussion. But I don't want to let this get away from us like it did the last council and spend another 2 years kind of trying to polish this when we are 90+% of the way there. So if hypothetically, Councilmember Rogers wanted to split this up and vote tonight on the high-level policy goals, and then save the work plan discussion, or have the work plan discussion later, I could support that. But I do think we need to move forward, and I think that what we have in front of us points us very much in the right direction.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Yeah, I guess hybrid of what's been said. Without price tags, it's really difficult to vote yes on the specific items, but I do think voting on the 6 goals tonight and then asking staff for a little bit more information on some of the things contained beneath those is the correct way to do it. I'll let Councilmember Rogers, if he wishes to make an amendment, but and Sean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I see you there. Do you know what it would cost to electrify 25% of our vehicle fleet as we stand here tonight? And I'm sorry, man, and I'm just using that as an example. You'd be the person in charge of doing it. We don't have a number, and obviously, an electric fire truck is more than an electric 13 vehicle.
So good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sean Cholik, Facilities and Fleet Manager.
I don't expect you to know.
I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but we did kind of break down what it would take each year to kind of bring in enough electrified vehicles to get us to the goal of 2030, and it is going to be, it's going to eat into a lot of what we typically have in our equipment replacement fund. And that will also really limit the amount of other heavy duty equipment that we think we could buy at the same time. So, we're going to have to make some choices about, what should come first and what can wait. But it's doable, but it will be a challenge.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being willing to be an example, but
Sure.
A lot of these require funding, prioritizing, and information that we don't have before us tonight. I think we certainly can agree on the 6 overarching goals, and I don't know what an appropriate interval for the next step of this is, but I don't think it's tonight. And so, thank you for coming up, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Well, I support kind of decoupling the overarching goals with the more detail, more of the action steps. I think without the action steps, this whole process really has no real meaning. The overarching goals, like everybody, there was no point of putting all this effort if that was the only thing we were trying to produce. We could have did that. We didn't even need to do that. We could have had staff do that on their own without having the meetings that we had and come up with that list. So I think without the action steps, without the detail, the whole process becomes really a meaningless process to me. So while I'm comfortable decoupling it, I will want to know when that's coming back. I think coming off of a break, we all need more time to look at us. I certainly do. So I don't know if that's a month, 2 months, but I do think we need to get back to the meaning. The whole point of that detail, the whole point of the action steps, whether it's 60 action steps, whether it's 5, is to figure out among this group of 9, where's their agreement? If we can figure that out, that's one of the most powerful things this body can achieve, because it helps not only to direct us, but direct staff, probably most importantly. And then we can start answering those details like, okay, well, if we know there's 5 things that we all agree on, probably should prioritize those. And what does prioritizing look like? Well, now we all agree that we should commit additional time to figure out what is the budget, what is the cost, what are the implications, et cetera. So I think we need to do that work. And we need to, I would want to know exactly when that part is coming back. But as long as that is coming back in a month, 2 months, we decide when, I'd be happy to support adopting the overarching goals tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Yeah, I think I agree with decoupling the overarching goals and our action plan. One thing I think that might help is, looking through kind of the action plan that staff came up with. There are quite a bit of these things that we do have planned for, like completing the strategic housing plan, that should not have budget implications, but I think it would be very helpful for this to go back to staff and get flag which action items have budget implications, and also which ones we already have, budgeted in our work plan for this year. And then let's not take longer than maybe have this come back in early February. But I do agree we have to get this approved soon so we can start working on these things.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Davis with 3:20 left.
Yeah, so to be clear, what I would like to see is I would like staff to basically take this list, and then everyone who, has their various departments. So if Paul wants to look at the economic development part and, give us an analysis of what his funding was last year, which of these things he worked on last year, and project based on the same, financing he had last year. Sorry, someone told me I didn't speak loud enough. Based on the money that he had last year, determine what he can do next year and then what he can't do and how much it would cost to do the other things. So for example, placemaking infrastructure has shown up a lot. We've done a lot on that piece, in particular streetscape improvements. I don't know if streetscape or any of these items would include the fountain, for example. We already have funding for the fountain. We've already discussed the fountain to some degree. So if that's an aspect that's in there, I'd like to see it. I'd like to be noted that we've already done that, but maybe we need more towards something else. And then how much more it would cost to improve wayfaring or to have all of these items, because otherwise it is hard for us to prioritize. I have a very strong suspicion that we cannot do everything in this list. And everything that's presented based on our current budget and based on what we're trying to hold our budget at for next year. So we have to know where we can go and also to get an idea of what we might want to lower our goals or right size our goals for each of these items. And that's it. That is what I'm requesting from staff. Thank you.
Still no one requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 3 minutes left.
Thank you. I do want to kind of clarify what I was speaking about here, is that I really think we need to adopt our priorities. I'm not saying we throw out the work that's been done for the work plans, but I also don't know that it's up to us to say these are the work plans that need to be done at our level as opposed to the city manager's level. I don't need to know the budget implications necessarily of each item on here, because some of these may not come to fruition, some of them may. But I feel like we've got things on here that are also just general tasks, like, do we make it a goal that we provide water to every resident in the city of Evanston? I don't think there's any discrepancy on that. But some of these issues are things about, working with the police to identify high traffic accident areas. Things like that I don't think are necessarily a council purview. And I think this is where we run into some of the problems we have with the city manager form of government, is it's really incumbent upon us to provide the guidance and the city manager and his staff to figure out how to make the city work under that guidance of the council. So I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to that, but if not, I'm going to make a motion then. But I just kind of want to give anybody else a chance to respond first.
I mean, there are other lights on if you want to.
I'll still hold then. I've still got time left.
That is true. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm prepared to support these 5 overarching proposals, goals that Councilmember Rogers put forward. A few little tweaks here and there I might make some friendly amendments, but I think these look good, and I think that makes more sense to have broader goals as a council. So I'm not comfortable with voting on 60 items. I think it's about 60 that we have here, some of which look sort of like quasi ordinances. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
I'm going to just make a plea, a very Danielistic plea, which will doubtless fall on deaf ears, for us to not do too much line editing in the moment. That if we come to a place where folks are like pulling out their feather pens and ink pots and stuff, maybe we, at that point, ask for a 2-week pause, because I think the best way to get to a good outcome is to not do just not do kind of wordsmithing up here. At this time, no one's asking to speak for a first time, so for another second crack, we go to Councilmember Nusma with 2:20 left.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure we understand that the detailed work plan, the whatever, 60-something items you said, Councilmember Kelly, isn't a 1-year work plan, it's a 4-year work plan, really for the entire term. Well, 3.5 years left. And so, I'm comfortable not knowing exactly how much one of these is going to cost. I think I heard you essentially say the same thing, Councilmember Rogers, because this is not meant to be in one budget year, but spread out over, at least the next 3, and in some cases longer budget years. I do think it's really important for us to provide more guidance to the city manager than just those high-level goals. And I agree with Councilmember Burns that adopting this detailed work plan or something close to it, something similar to it, is really important because if our city manager is going to do the best job he can, he needs to know what we want him to work on with a little bit more, somewhat more specificity than just those high-level 6 things. And that is the intent of this work plan here. That was the concept that we had in mind when we requested the city manager to come up with this. So presumably the city manager and staff is not coming up with and putting on this document things that they cannot conceivably do. And maybe this is a good opportunity for City Manager Stowe to kind of weigh in and let us know, tell us how you got to this point.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And I believe it was late summer when we last revisited this document. So a lot of the document that you see tonight was based on conversations that we had in the summertime. And I think someone had inquired on what the time frame might be before us. I had previously suggested it would take about 30 days. Once council approved goals, then we would come back with a work plan in about 30 days. Given what I'm hearing tonight, I would probably suggest the second meeting in February would be an appropriate time to come back with a work plan that kind of flushes us out a little bit further, and then also tries to assign some budgetary impact as well. To your point, a lot of these goals do stretch out over 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So there is budgetary consideration in the time span that we've set for these council goals. But I would probably suggest that the second meeting in February would be the most appropriate time for us to come back with a work plan that kind of operationalizes what we've discussed here tonight for as high-level goals. From a staff perspective, the other thing that we discussed about in the summertime was taking this document and basically smartifying it. And so that this is, tonight's product is an example of us taking a shot at further smartifying these goals.
Thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 1:35 left.
Thank you. So upon hearing from the city manager on his opinion, I had forwarded language around to everyone today. I'm not going to ask us to vote on that because I know not everybody necessarily has had a chance to look at that. So I would ask for us to table the top level priority things until our meeting on February 9th, and then have the city manager bring more detail in the work plan on February 23rd.
Right.
I think the city manager has some comments on that.
Yeah, just a couple. So I would suggest the second meeting in February, just especially if we're assigning budgetary impact on the 60 items. And then I think the other question was, what was the second question that we?
The question you were floating was whether the top level items.
Oh, yeah.
When they should be adopted.
Thank you. Would it be possible to adopt high-level goals tonight so that we know that we're on the right track? I think there's broad consensus for that.
I'm fine. I mean, everyone has the language. I can send it again to everyone if everybody wants to read through it one more time, or for the first time. But I'm trying to avoid the wordsmithing game here at the dais, which was the only reason I had pushed it back.
Point of order, I suppose. What if we just adopted the 6 high-level simply stated goals tonight? And then when we reconvene to talk about the work plan, we can also talk about your short descriptions of those goals.
I mean, I think that's fine. I don't know what it accomplishes really with tonight, just adopting housing affordability as a plan, but
it demonstrates forward progress and intent.
Is there a motion that you want to make?
So I had made the motion that we have the priority discussion on February 9th and the work plan on February 23rd. With the agreement that these categories, the headers, are where we're going to be.
Is there a second?
I'll sec.
So Councilmember Rogers moves to table this item to the February 9th regular meeting of the Evanston City Council, at which the expectation is that the 6 high-level priorities with a sentence, let's say, of description each would be adopted, followed by the expectation that the discussion of the work plan, let's say, the 60-odd items underneath those 6 high-level priorities would occur in depth at the February 23rd regular city council meeting. Councilmember Suffredin seconds. There's lights on. Are those to speak to that motion? Wait, help. Motion to table. What are the rules?
No debate.
Not
No debate.
debatable.
We're learning. Will the clerk please take the roll if the motion is clear to everybody? Yeah, I'll say it again. So it's basically table this to February 9th, but on February 9th, the plan would be just adopt the high-level six priorities, and then on February 23rd, discuss the detailed work plan part carefully. But the point also being that by the 23rd of February, staff would have had the opportunity to flesh out some of the implementation challenges and potentially costs as well. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris? Councilmember Rogers?
I mean, I made the motion,
Of course,
so I
you
guess
made
you
the
probably
motion.
know how I'm going to vote. Yes.
You're going to vote. Councilmember Rogers? And
Yes.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries. So this item is tabled to February 9th. On February 9th, we'll have adoption of the high-level goals, each with maybe about a sentence of description. For instance, as in Councilmember Rogers' email, I would, again, ask that those who have strong feelings about those wordings work with each other and staff so that February 9th meeting doesn't become a public wordsmithing session. And then on February 23rd, there would be for a deeper discussion of the specific work plan items and their various ramifications. There's some lights on, but I imagine those issues have all been resolved. And so that brings us to the consent agenda. Councilmember Kelly, do you have a motion relative to item A8?
I'd like to move item A8, approval of a contract with MC Squared Energy Services for actionable pricing for municipal electric energy supply.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves approval of the contract with MC Squared Energy Services for municipal electric energy supply. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We discussed this in some detail at A&PW. The recommendation of that committee was to move forward with a 12-month price or a 12-month contract with some speculation that the 24-month option might actually prove to be a better deal in the long run, although we can't know that for sure now. At AMPW, I supported 12 months, but upon further reflection and upon some kind of side conversations with several folks, I am comfortable at this point recommending the 24-month option, which is about 0.2 of a cent per kilowatt hour more expensive. But we expect that electricity prices will continue to increase significantly and are taking a calculated risk that at this time next year prices will be significantly higher, and that it would be in our longer-term best interest to adopt the 24-month price right now, even though it's a little bit higher than the 12-month price. So I'm going to, make the motion that we move forward with a 24-month contract.
I'll second.
Councilmember Nusma moves to amend the original motion by proposing that we accept in lieu of the 12-month contract, the 24-month contract with a slightly higher price locked in. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to amend?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the initial motion is amended to reflect approving the 24-month contract, not the 12-month contract. Now, would the clerk please take the roll on the amended 24-month contract?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the contract is approved in its 24-month format. Now, Councilmember Kelly, as I recall, you wanted to do a 10, 11, 12, and 15 in a single motion. Is that right? Go ahead.
I'd like to move items 8, 10, 11, 12, 15, Resolution 1R26, Resolution 2R26, Resolution 3R26, and finally, Resolution 7R26.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves adoption of the following resolutions: 1R26, 2R26, 3R26, and 7R26. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I pulled these just as I did for APW because I think just the public should have a general sort of high-level description of what each of the lawsuits are that we're settling, and our Corporation Counsel, Ruggie, agreed that going forward we would have a 1 or 2 sentence description, so I wouldn't be doing this every time. But I do think it's important that residents are aware of the nature of the suit. So if you wouldn't mind, just on each of those. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. Good evening, Alex Ruggie, Corporation Counsel. I'll just run through these and give a brief description. For item A10, this matter involved a trip and fall at the city's farmer's market and resulted in a personal injury. For A11, this is a construction dispute stemming from the animal shelter construction. It did not result in additional payout by the city, but it is a settlement of some of the subcontractor disputes with the contractor. A11 or A12, this matter involved a city tree branch that fell onto plaintiff's vehicle, which resulted in property damage and personal injury. And then A15 is an employment dispute with a former employee.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Davis.
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Kelly for requesting that, because if I'm being quite frank, I could not remember each of these cases based off of just the name, and the documents that we get from council disappear on our Gmails afterwards, so it's hard to look up afterwards. And I remember exactly each of those cases from her brief description, but not just from the V name. So I think it's really helpful, and I didn't know that was an option to give a brief description, so thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and resolutions 1-R-26, 2-R-26, 3-R-26, and 7-R-26 are all adopted. Now on item A16, Councilmember Kelly, would you care to make a motion to suspend the rules? Or would someone else care to make that motion? Councilmember
Mr. Mayor,
Burns. Sorry. Yeah, just to allow introduction and action to occur in one evening.
I'll make that motion that we
Yeah, so
suspend
moved.
the rules to allow introduction and action.
Second.
Councilmember Newsom moves to suspend Rule 20.1-ish, so that Ordinance 5-0-26 may be approved in one vote this evening on both introduction and action. Councilmember Burns seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll? Oh, Councilmember Rogers.
I just have a quick question. So how did we end up with these properties? That's the one thing I wasn't able to discover.
Good evening, City Council, City Manager Stowe and Clerk Mendoza. This property was purchased as part of the NSP2 program, and there's been a great deal of discussion about how to use it, and this seems like a very good way to use it right now.
All right, thank
Do you
you.
want more details?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Councilmember Kelly.
So these were purchased in 2010, correct? Or before that? I forgot. No, it was 2000.
No, it was after 2010, but before 2014. Someplace in there. We bought 101 units of housing. I don't remember which ones were bought when.
So around 2000. So, but I mean, this property has been off the tax rolls since like 2010, about like 15 years.
2014, somewhere in there.
Yeah, since at least 2014.
And we didn't sell it earlier. Just for the public, I think it's important to know. So we bought it, we took it off the tax rolls. We didn't put these up for sale earlier.
No, we didn't, because one of the things with that grant is we still report what we do with the remaining properties. And because it's NSP2 money, you have to show that it is serving the population, which is people with household incomes up to 120% of area median income, which this will do.
Okay, but that doesn't really tell me why we didn't sell it. I mean,
Because it's really hard to sell it and get developers to develop things at that income range unless they are affordable housing developers, because that is not what most new houses are being sold for
but
in this
now,
city.
so what changed from 2010 to now?
Well, we're working with the ETHS House and SEPA, which the program is designed to do exactly that.
Yeah, no, I think SEPA is great, but I'm just curious why we didn't move forward with SEPA earlier on this. I'm sorry.
Because this particular property was discussed many, many times, going back to the earliest council member who was involved in discussing about what might happen with it was Councilmember Holmes, and there were various discussions and different goals.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that NHP2, a program similar to how the COVID money helped cities recover from the pandemic. NHP2 was a program to help people communities recover from the market foreclosure crisis. The point of it is to provide, it's a kind of housing stabilization program. So the point of it is to support people, lower income community members in both purchasing affordable homes, which was also done through the program. There were many homes that were sold. That same money went towards developing affordable housing developments like Emerson Square that also has affordable housing. In addition to that, there was some land that was, and it was probably properties on this at this site at some point, probably older, properties in bad condition that turned into, that was demolished, turned into vacant land. And I think what I just want to emphasize is that as ETHS, the Geometry and Construction Program, has needed land, we've pulled from the vacant land that came out of this program. This is one of that. This is included in that. This is land that we got from that. So it's not like it's not like the city's just been sitting here. Every single time Geometry and Construction Program has needed land, they've come to the city because they understand we have this. We identify land or own land through that program. It's just we're running out of it, and so eventually we won't have any more NSP2 vacant land to use, which is why we're trying to see if there's a way to pursue other opportunities. But I just want to make that clear. I don't think the city was sitting around as Geometry and Construction Programs needed land. We've pulled from this land. And as Sarah said, there's also been other things that have been explored more recently during my time, like an efficiency home, tiny home community, et cetera. And now the city has landed on that. So,
Will the clerk please take the roll again on the motion to suspend the rule?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. Rule 20.1 is suspended. And now, Councilmember Kelly, would you care to make a motion to pass this ordinance?
I'd like to move ordinance 5-0-26, authorizing the city manager to negotiate the sale of city-owned properties at 2120 and 2122 Darrow Avenue.
Pursuant to the rule suspension that was just approved, Councilmember Kelly moves final passage of ordinance 5-0-26. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 5-0-26 is passed. Now on item PD1, Councilmember Burns, would you care to make a motion to suspend the rules to permit introduction and action?
Yep, so moved.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves suspension of Rule 20.1 to permit introduction and action of ordinance 3-0-26 this evening. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and 0 voting against, the motion carries and the rule is suspended. Now do you want to make a motion to pass the ordinance? Councilmember Burns.
Second.
Pursuant to the rule suspension that was just approved, Councilmember Burns moves final passage of ordinance 3-0-26. Councilmember Harris seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 3-0-26 is passed. Now on item PD2, Councilmember Burns, do you want to move to suspend the rules?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves to suspend Rule 20.1 to permit final passage in one vote of ordinance 4-0-26. Councilmember Newsma seconds.
Hey, real quick, Mayor, I'm sorry, because I don't know if maybe you read it, but I can't remember. Granting a special use permit for 824 Gaffield Place for a child residential care home in the R4A General Residential District.
Exactly right. Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to suspend the rule?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the rule is suspended. Now do you want to make a motion to pass the ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Burns, pursuant to the rule suspension that was just approved by council, moves to pass ordinance 4-0-26 in a single vote for both introduction and action this evening. Councilmember Newsome seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 4-0-26 is passed. We now come to item HCDC. Councilmember Burns, do you have a motion here?
Moving ordinance 74025, amending city code section.
That's HS. I'm saying HC.
Where we at?
One below that. Ordinance 2.
DC one, my bad. Moving introduction of ordinance 2026 to amend Title 5, Chapter 9 of the City Code, vacation rentals. For introduction.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves introduction of ordinance 2-0-26. Councilmember Hadakaris seconds. Is there any discussion? Those. Yes, there is. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Newsma, Davis, Rogers.
Thank you. So I guess I'm surprised to see this in the state that it's in now. I thought that we were going to be moving towards restricting, being more restrictive in terms of non-owner occupied vacation rentals. This 10-mile radius for a property manager, I can't, and I don't know legally, the question was, can we have a resident be restricted just to residents of Evanston for non-owner occupied, or do we have to, legally, do we have to give a distance?
Thank you for the question. I don't know that we can't legally make them a resident of Evanston, but I think legal's recommendation was to do the mileage as opposed to an Evanston resident. So it was just a recommendation. I will note that there is a pending lawsuit in Glen Ellen about restriction of short-term rentals, so we are being cognizant and watching that suit as it progresses.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'm very concerned about the absentee, about opening this up to investment, and I can't really support either this idea of so many per whatever number of rentals. I think it's, what's the total number? It just, if we have 14,000 rentals, we're saying we can have 200 or so, or whatever it comes to Airbnbs, and it can be spread, it can be all located in one ward as long as it's 300 feet from the next one. And I don't feel that this is going to have the kind of impact that we want it to have in terms of Airbnbs. I think Airbnbs, but vacation rentals. And I think vacation rentals ideally are used for two things. One, to support affordability. I know several people who have an Airbnb and we're able to remain in Evanston by doing this, and it's owner occupied. I think our rates are really high. Our fees, I've heard, are some of the highest. So I would like to do everything we can to encourage the owner occupied or Evanston resident, whether it means shortening that distance. I also think we should have language in here that would more appropriately disperse throughout the city these Airbnbs. And then I'm also vacation rentals. And then I'm also concerned about the definition of short-term rental, that it's anything less than a year. I think that's how it is. So I think we do have, living in a university town, we have plenty of folks who come here, and I think Ms. Payton addressed it, property owners who rent for months to a visiting professor. I think that's very different than a vacation rental or short-term rental. I think a short-term, are we calling short-term and vacation rental the same thing? Are they synonymous? Okay, so then I would say vacation rentals, which is AKA short-term rentals, should be a month or less. I don't think otherwise we're fairly applying the needs of of our city to call a vacation rental somebody who rents a furnished unit for 9 months. That to me would not be considered, should not be qualified as a vacation rental. So I have more concerns But I am concerned about the way that we've arrived at how we're going to allow for vacation rentals in our city. I don't think it addresses the concerns that I think, I have, and I think Councilmember Hadakatis has also, by opening this up to folks within 10 miles, to just have a manager within 10 miles for anybody to purchase units in Evanston. Thank you. I can't support this as it stands right now.
Councilmember Nusma Davis Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Kelly addressed some of the questions that I had about differentiating between owner-occupied and non-owner occupied. I want to talk about the ratio that we're proposing. We are proposing a limit on short-term rentals based on the number of long-term rentals that are licensed in town. That number of long-term rentals is currently 14,450. And so the ratio is 1 to 80. So 14,450 divided by 80 gives us 180. So based on the current number of apartments in town, we would allow under this ordinance up to 180 short-term rentals. Right now we have 135, and we've been saying, hey, that might be too much. And so I'm concerned about that ratio. How do we come up with that ratio, and can we tighten that?
Mayor and City Council members, Andrew San Roman, Building and Development Services Manager. We can change the ratio if City Council would like to. I think one council member recommended 1 to 100, which would come out to about 144, 145. That's up to City Council. 1 to 180 allowed for a little bit of growth without it becoming too many, but of course that's up to City Council to
I
decide.
think it's one, just unless I'm wrong, it's 1 to 80.
1 to 80.
It's not 1 to 180, but 1 to 80.
Oh, did I say 180? I apologize.
Okay.
1 to 80.
Just
Yeah.
want to make sure we're on the same page, and we are. So, for example, the 605 Davis building, about 400 more units. As soon as that one is online, we would allow 5 more short-term rentals somewhere else in town. Approximately 400 divided by 80 is 5. Okay. So I guess I am concerned about the number of short-term rentals starting to get too high. That's all for now.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Rogers.
So my question was for staff, and I was wondering, how does grandfathering in work? So I guess it seems like the only thing that would prevent someone who previously was approved from not being approved is the radius requirement, but they are exempt from that if they were previously approved. Is that what we're doing? I just want to make sure that people who have come to depend on this and who have been compliant before aren't being pushed out.
If they were previously approved for it, then they wouldn't be subject to the new requirements of within a 300-foot radius or the 1 to 80 or 1 to 100, whatever's decided upon. They would be able to renew.
Okay, and does this ordinance contemplate, like, if there's someone who's still out of compliance, perhaps, maybe because they were scared, because they saw videos of our P&D meetings and they didn't want to come, and I'm serious, and they didn't want to come at the time, but perhaps they were willing to in this interim period. Is that something we're going to allow for people who were non-compliant? Is that contemplated in the current ordinance?
That's not contemplated in the current ordinance. We don't know how many would be applying now because there's a moratorium currently, so we're not accepting any applications, so it's hard to tell how many are in that situation.
But we have a list of people who previously were notified, so that we had sent letters to letting them know that they were not in compliance and requesting that they do so, right?
That's correct, yeah. So we've identified about 135, 78 of those are currently licensed. So that leaves 57 that are unlicensed, but that we've identified.
Okay. And so my question next is for Alex. We're able to increase the ratio, and we can also increase the radius if we'd like. right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it a requirement from legal that we cannot add back in the notice requirement? So there used to be a postcard notice requirement for Airbnbs. That's how the residents who came to planning and development were aware. And I saw that language stricken.
I don't think that came from legal, but I'll let Andrew speak to it.
So there was previously a notice requirement because there would be a P&D meeting. So they were required to notify neighbors that there was going to be a planning and development committee meeting.
Okay.
So that was taken out because planning and development was no longer a part of the process.
Okay. Okay. I think those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Isles.
Away. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, to step on you, but I didn't want him to have to go sit down and then come right back. The definition doesn't contemplate, and I don't know how this fits in, apartment hotels, of which we do have one in the city of Evanston at least. No.
Hotels are covered in separate codes, so you can't be both.
No. But it says we aren't including hotels, we aren't including things, but apartment hotels wasn't listed. So I just want to make sure that when we're
Correct.
counting up our totals, we're not adding in those, I don't know, 30 or 40 units. I don't know how many units
Correct.
are in there. So
We
that
are
was
not
just-
counting those.
Okay, so that was just a concern. So I just don't know if
Yes.
that needs to be clarified in any way or not. I do have an issue with the 300 feet. I think that's very close in comparison to many of the other things. I mean, in land use, we don't really give a defined foot limit. It's just kind of subjective. But I think that 300 feet is pretty close. That's probably about 4 or 5 houses down, depending upon what size lot you live on there. The 25% or 6 units, I think it was, in multifamily units, I think is also a bit problematic. We did see someone come who wanted to put 3 in one building, which, again, if we're going to limit the number of these overall in the city, I think we need to look at where can they theoretically be and how do we limit a heavy impact in some neighborhoods and absolutely no impact in the other. We saw, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but I know that the 8th Ward was like second in the number of currently licensed units, and some other wards had very little. So I do want to make sure that, certain wards just aren't sort of absorbing all of the short-term rental and not spreading it across the city. There also was a thing, and Mr. Sinroman, this is for you. If I remember, the change in the process now is that this is decided if there's an appeal, the appeal then comes to planning and development, but does not move forward to full council. Is that what is proposed?
So Sarah's turning on her microphone.
Yes, in an attempt to try to keep it from being double everything, it seems that this is the type of decision that could be made at P&D.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that I was understanding that correctly, because I know that came up with some other things that we're working on about who makes the final decision on some things.
That, of course, could be changed by council as well.
Exactly. Yeah, so I think there's a few more questions yet to be answered on this and to be worked out, so I'm not ready to support this fully this evening. Yeah, so I guess that's kind of where I am on it.
Councilmember Isles, followed by Hadakaris.
I have a question, and then I have an amendment. When did we extend the moratorium until? Can you remind me, please?
Moratorium is until the beginning of February. I want to say February 9th, somewhere around there.
Okay. So if we pass this tonight and approve it at the end of January, then the moratorium lifts and people can make their applications?
That's correct.
Okay. The amendment that I want is to change the ratio to 1 to 100. So I've dropped the number from 180 to about 145.
I'll second.
Going to request that be put in writing, please.
No. What is it, the overall rentals? Total rentals. What's the language of it? No, what is it called? 450. Right, but what is it called?
Yeah, it's the number 80 in 5-9-5A, I think, if I have this right. So it would replace the number in 5-9-5A, it would replace the number 80 with the number 100. Alex, am I giving legal advice as a guy who shouldn't give legal advice? The great thing about not being a lawyer is they can't disbar you.
All right. Change the number. All right, you should have it in writing.
Gmail is doing the thing where it's giving you a second to think better of your ideas. It's the there we go. Councilmember Isles moves to change the number 80 as in section 5-9-5, paragraph A, to the number 100. Councilmember Nusma seconds. And there's a number of people in line. Is anyone in line care to speak to this amendment? Seeing not, would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment to change the 80 to 100?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma. Aye. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers. Aye. Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the number 80 has been changed to the number 100 as the ratio of in 5-9-5A. Councilmember Isles, you still have the floor. Do you want it? Okay. Councilmember Hadakaris.
Yeah. One quick question for Mr. Senator Roman. I know in HCDC, Ms. Payton had raised concerns about the furnished apartments because she furnishes some of her apartments and their long-term rentals. Is there, just for public record, is there anything from my reading of the ordinance, she can continue to do that and she's not covered by this change in legislation, right? Okay, just wanted to make sure because that's important that we, support our housing providers. Another thing, just for folks that aren't on HCDC, we had a hard time coming to consensus about some of these numbers around tightening, like the ratios and like the distances. So we, rather than come back another meeting and delay coming to here, we really wanted the rest of our colleagues on council to weigh in on some of these. If one of the things that I'm still not quite sure, and I think it's been brought up already, is the 300 feet. That's something I think if we're further kind of trying to tighten things, I think maybe expanding that to 500 feet from each other might make sense. I think in HCDC, if I remember correctly, we were kind of discussing kind of like the length of a block and what, block length is. So that's something I think, we should think about and maybe talk amongst ourselves, but open for any. And the other thing I want to say, Council Ruggie talked about the pending legislation. This is something like, as we monitor that situation, we should be ready to, if things change and there are decisions made, we should be ready to bring this back and change things based on that, because that kind of limits our abilities up here.
Councilmember Burns.
A question for legal. Do we have a law that designates who the kind of taxpayer is? Is it the tax collector? Is it the platform, or is it the host or driver? Or, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about rideshare too. So for vacation rental, is it the platform like the Airbnb, or is it the host?
So generally, the host platforms submit that hotel motel tax to the city.
Okay. And do we know if we require that through some ordinance we have on record, or is that a voluntary agreement? I think it's called like a VCA or something like that we entered into it with them.
I believe it's via ordinance.
It's an ordinance? Okay.
Yeah, we have a tax imposed via ordinance.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
At this point, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 1:40 left.
Thank you. So I think what's missed here is really the value of owner-occupied or Evanston residents who have a vacation rental. Not only for affordability for our Evanston residents, it provides that, but also in terms of quality of living for the neighborhoods. The jury is absolutely in on the quality of maintaining property overall. It's much higher and better when it's an Evanston resident or someone who lives there, as opposed to some property manager who lives 10 miles away, who the person owns it in California. So I feel like there should be maybe two limits here. A limit on the total number of non-Evanston resident, and if we can do radius like 10 miles, I think we could probably also say, ownership of outside of Evanston, and a total number of locally owned and operated vacation rentals. So, I think because that absolutely does impact our neighborhoods. And I would, Councilmember Hadakatis, I would also support extending that to a full block if that's 660 feet or whatever the average block is. But I think the 300, especially when you can have a building, and as long as you can have 25, what was it? As long as was it 25%? Is that right? 25% could be
4 or more units, no more than 25%.
right. So
in
you
a
could
building
have
of 4 or more.
25% of your units could be vacation rentals. You could have a couple buildings right now on a block, so you could end up with a lot of vacation rentals. And again, I think we have to look at the nature of the vacation rentals and the numbers both. And if they're owned and operated by Evanston residents, or they live in them, that's going to make a big difference. And I don't see any, there's no distinction, there's no benefits, there's no incentives to really favor that here. And that's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
There's still no one asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Davis with 3.5 minutes left.
Mr. Mayor, can I raise a point of information? I think that what was stated was not actually true. It's 25% or 6 units, whichever is less. Is that the correct number?
That's
Correct.
Okay. So just to put that on the record as a clarification.
Councilmember Davis with 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, before Councilmember Heracardis made his comment, I had already sent an email because we were on the same page. Request basically with the language to increase from 300 feet to 600 feet. I took the distance of my block, and my block is about 600 feet. So that's what a block is for me, and that's what I'm requesting. So that's my amendment. It's already in your email. I can read the email if you want, or okay, it's up to you.
I second that.
Councilmember Davis moves to amend section 5-9-5B1 to change the number 300 to the number 600. Councilmember Harris seconds. I will not be, I'm not going to be pedantic about asking for another email, but I just want to stress that there's a typo in your email. The number 300 appears twice, written out once, and as a numeral once, and I presume you wanted to change to 600 in both instances.
That is true. Thank you.
Seeing no discussion on this amendment, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma. Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. So ordinance 2-0-26 is amended so that the 300-foot limit is replaced with a 600-foot limit. I'm sorry, Alex, you've been in line.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Biss. I just wanted to note for the record, my team reached out to me and I misspoke earlier. The recommendation of the mileage radius extending outside of the city of Evanston did come as an official legal recommendation. We can't restrict it to just Evanston owners. So I did want to clarify that for the record.
A quick question, if I may, to follow up.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 2.25 minutes left.
So we can set the distance, so we could say 3 miles if we wanted to.
That's correct.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to make it 3 miles.
Second.
When you get to 10 miles, that puts us in downtown Chicago, which means if you have a corporate landlord, they're likely to have major agents in the downtown area.
Could you put the amendment in writing, please?
I will do so, yeah. Oops, sorry, I flipped my light back on too.
And this seems to be 5-9-4B1.
I'm sorry, could you read it real quick?
5-9-4B1.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question while we're waiting?
While we're waiting for this in writing, Councilmember Sufferton, go ahead.
I'm curious, Corporation Council, does it have to be a specified distance? Or could it be how far an individual could run in 13 minutes?
And does the individual have to be the owner in question?
I think we should include a physical fitness test as part of this. And I'll reduce it to writing once I get my answer.
I'm just glad that I'm not applying. I couldn't run that fast. So the restriction just would be that not to restrict it to an Evanston resident, to have it tied to some rational basis.
Okay, and it would how far an individual could run in a particular amount of time be a rational basis?
That could be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest, the purpose of the timing of that individual running would be how quickly they can respond to an incident and manage, et cetera.
All right, I'll work on that, but we'll stick with Matt's for now. Thank you.
I sent it to everybody, so I copied Mr. San Romain and Alex also on that.
All right, Councilmember Rogers moves that in section 5-9-4, paragraph B1, the number 10 is changed to the number 3. This would be a 3-mile requirement for the property manager. Councilmember Kelly seconds the motion. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 2-0-26 is amended so that the requirement is that the manager be within 3 rather than 10 miles of the city. Councilmember Kelly, is your light on again? All right, so this time no one is asked to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly, whose time has expired, so I'd ask you to be quick.
I guess I just want clarification regarding the question that Quan asked regarding the situation of Ms. Payton, because it does say here that the definition, the way the definition reads, it's very explicit. In just a moment, let me find that definition. Where is it? Anyway, somewhere it says that if it's a furnished if it's a furnished apartment or furnished rental, I'm looking for a furnished dwelling unit for rent for a period, and I don't know why we crossed out 30 days, but we did, of less than 1 year, qualifies now as this vacation short-term rental. So but I'm glad to hear that, this would not apply in this case, but if you could just please articulate how this definition jives with what the response to Councilmember Hadakatis.
At the end of that definition, it also mentions rentals by lease according to Title V, Chapter 8 of the City Code, which is our rental registration code. So any long-term rentals or month-to-month leases, which also fall under Title V, Chapter 8, those would fall under that. So it wouldn't be considered a short-term rental.
Can I just explain that we have regular rental that was just pointed out, and then short-term rental. And for those of you who weren't at HCDC, one of the reasons for expanding the period of time to more than 30 days is we have people who literally would come out of having their license application denied, and they'd say, okay, well, I'll just rent for more than 30 days, and then they're not covered. So that's why we extended it to a different period. It also allows people who are using short-term rentals for things like short-term job assignments in a community, and they don't want to live in a hotel. These are the types of things that we're seeing more and more of happening.
It's not vacation rental. If someone's coming
No,
in for
we're
work.
calling them short-term rentals, not vacation rentals.
But I thought
That's
you
the
said it
term.
was synonymous.
No,
I asked. I said
we're
short-term.
making it one thing, but we're calling it short-term rentals, not
You can call it,
vacation.
but you're saying it's synonymous with vacation. I asked if it's vacation and short-term were synonymous.
Well,
in a
then
sense.
I misunderstood. They are merged under short-term rentals. Okay?
Sorry,
Councilmember Kelly's point is they're being regulated in the same way.
They are. Yes, but they're not being called vacation rentals.
Well, I don't
She's
think
using
I
that
don't think,
term.
I don't think the concern is the name. I think the concern is the regulatory structure. Okay, so we've reached the end of the debate.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Would it be possible, I mean, Ms. Payton is a long-term provider of housing and feels that this is not accurately reflecting that she will be subject to what would be vacation rentals based on the use of her housing. And I think it's important to hear from her why you feel that this, because we certainly don't want to jeopardize or undermine, our housing providers that are not providing vacation rentals, but might be renting for a few months to a professor.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for bringing that up. So as the language says, I have furnished units, and what was discussed at the Housing and Community Development Committee, I get a lot of international students, and they don't stay a long time. Sometimes they stay 3 months. And if you're talking about less than 12 months, then that would disqualify me because most of I would say maybe half of my units are furnished. I plan on furnishing a lot more of my units because what happens is you get people, tenants, and sometimes they don't want, students want a shorter lease. Sometimes they're here for 1 semester, for 6 months. And me having a furnished unit makes it convenient, especially if they're coming from another country. They don't have the money or want to buy furniture. And I'm actually helping the city because if you go up and down the alleys, you see a lot of, and especially in the furniture is in the alley. And I feel I've been doing this for over 10 years. And the reason I started doing it was people said, wow, I don't have to buy the furniture and this makes my cost less. There was an article in the Northwestern Daily that talked about the rents being so high, and then they have to buy furniture on top of it. But the point here is I've been doing this for a long time. If you look at my record, we've been over 50 years, and very seldom do you see any police conversation at my buildings.
Yeah.
We're making this a short-term rental or vacation rental is less than 30 days. And that should reflect in the language whether it's a furnished apartment or not furnished. Thank
Okay,
you.
I think you responded to the question. Councilman, I'm going to ask you to be very quick and move. Yes.
Most cities qualify short-term rentals as 30 days or less. I don't know why we had to change this to a year. I just think that doesn't, I don't see any practical reason that that's going to have any positive impact on our city by changing that, where most cities list short-term rentals, it's 30 days or less, and that we're making it a year. So I'd rather see that go back to 30 days.
So just to clarify, according to what Ms. Payton was saying, there is in the definition that if a rental has a lease and it's registered under Title V, Chapter 8, then it is not subject to this ordinance, which would be month-to-month leases. It would be somebody renting for 6 months who's a student and they're signing up under a lease. So those rentals that Ms. Payton has, they're registered with the city, and they would not be subject to this short-term rental ordinance.
Okay. So at this time, no one is asking to speak for first time, so go back to Councilmember Burns with 425 left.
Yeah, I sent over a motion. I brought this up at ACDC. I think this is largely happening from what I remember from talking to Andrew, but I think there are some outliers. But just making sure that that the short-term rental hosts are using platforms that automatically remit taxes, just so we don't have to chase anybody. And there's also some other data that I think we can get from that as well in the future if we decide to. Do you recall me bringing that up? And I think your response was most people are using the platforms, but there might be some outliers.
Yes, so the short-term rentals that we are able to track are hosted on those platforms, so Airbnb, VRBO, and several others. Those hosting platforms are remitting the taxes, the hotel motel tax. That is possibly something we could talk with Council Ruggie or get her opinion on whether that can be included in the ordinance.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that.
Okay. So I'll hold on that one, but that is something important to me. I wouldn't, because something you said that's important is like the ones we know of are using those sites, right? So we have much greater insight when people are using these platforms, and I don't want to involve the city to involve ourselves in their business enough to tell them what platform they should be using, which is why the language I sent over just says a platform that is configured in a way that would allow automatic remittance of taxes. And I said that, Director Flax, to you and others as well. So do I have time to get that in next time, or what is the...
Yes, I would very much ask you not to try to do that tonight, because I think it needs to be worded right. I'm going to ask for a vote. That's going to be an introduction vote.
Okay.
If that passes, we'll be back in 2 weeks. I would say some pretty important unresolved issues right now. So I would ask folks to either, if it passes for introduction, I'd ask folks to either come back with some specific ideas about how to address those, or else to try to kill it or delay it. But I would say let's take a vote now, and if it's introduced, then there'll be at least 2 weeks during which folks can work on some of those issues and get this to a place where you're comfortable passing it. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
With 8 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 2-0-26 as amended, I believe 3 times already this evening, is introduced. It will be back as amended on the January 26th agenda. And again, there's some really important, complex issues still, I think, to be resolved, and so I'd ask folks with strong feelings about them to come, if possible, with vetted language to propose. Now on item EDC1, Councilmember Suffredin, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move item EDC1, Choice Authentic Restaurant Request for Financial Assistance.
Second.
Councilmember Suffredin moves approval of the Choice Authentic Restaurant request for financial assistance. Councilmember Burns seconds. Is there any discussion? So, Councilmember Rogers, followed by Harris, Davis, and Nusma.
I just wanted to get the ball
And Kelly.
rolling. As soon as I flip my light, everybody flips theirs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've spoken with the applicant on this a couple right before the holidays, and sort of explained, my philosophy on TIFs and sort of how they work. I am not supportive of a $400,000 gift or grant in this particular case. When I met with them, I told them that, my feeling on it is that the money should be spread around into more businesses instead of kind of focused on certain businesses. And so I had told them at that point I was a soft yes for $200,000, assuming that they could raise the additional $200,000 as part of this process as well. And so I think we're going to go through a couple different iterations of this tonight, but I'm a hard no at $400,000 at this point. It's no reflection on the business plan, the business model, or anything like that. It's really just my philosophy on how much money TIFs should be giving to individual businesses.
Councilmember Harris, Davis, Nusma, Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. So this has been an ongoing situation in the second ward. A lot of conversation, a lot of emails, a lot of calls. I am not supportive of the $400,000. I don't think that's an appropriate use. I think it has been mentioned already, while this TIF has money, there has been plans to use the money. There's some properties that we just heard from the Environmental Justice Committee about blighted places, and the waste transfer is not the only one in the second ward. Because we're trying to do some things, I'm not going to go deep into that, but most people know, and that was one of my agenda items when I first got in the seat, that I was going to look at a property that a lot of people brought to my attention, that I actually live down the street, so they didn't have to bring it to my attention. And that is, we're holding a nice amount of money so that we can maybe make a difference. And I can't support the building costs $800,000 or $850,000, and then we're asking for another $400,000, which is half of what it costs to purchase the building, to build it out. I see the numbers, but they don't fully add up to me in certain places. And I am in support of minority-owned business. This is a double minority, female and black, somebody I know, a family I know, that makes it hard to say no. But I have to draw the line and be honest and stay the course. I have received overwhelming emails. You guys know I count my emails, and they've been coming in today, but it's been about 65% of the community saying that they disagree with this. The people in the vicinity want it, but the overall area is saying that they do not approve of us using TIF money like this. And there have been some alternatives presented by our economic development director. So I will yield my time for now, but more discussion.
Councilmember Davis, Nusma, Kelly.
If you could come back to me, please. I said if you could come back to me, please, so.
Councilmember Nusma, Kelly, Burns, Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start off by framing this from a positive perspective and offering my sincere thanks to Nancy and the Hartwood Center for everything you guys have done in West Evanston. You're kind of an anchor in that part of town, and I really appreciate the work you've done, and that intersection, that part of town is a lot nicer now than it was when I first moved to town 18 years ago, in large part because of the work you've done. So I sincerely appreciate that. I very much respect Councilmember Harris for saying no to friends. And that's the most difficult thing we do in this job, in my opinion, is saying no to people who we know, people who we respect, people whose approval we would certainly appreciate. And if I was voting with my heart would say yes. If I was voting with my stomach certainly would say yes, because I've tried the food and it's delicious. But in this role, we have to do more than just follow our hearts. We really have to engage the frontal cortex and think about what we're doing. And when I do that, I too come to the conclusion that I can't support a $400,000 request. Because of the respect involved for the folks that are making this request, I will explain my reasons publicly. This is not going to be new to you because I've said it to you privately. Three main reasons. Number one, TIF or city investment isn't required in this particular location to encourage development. Previous TIF investments that I have approved met that but-for test. Were it not for city investment, those other projects would not have happened. But we have, in very much recent history, a restaurant proposal that was not asking for any city funding. And so it's very clear to me that the city does not need to invest in this location to encourage or facilitate something to happen. Reason number two, as pointed out in the memo, there are other uses and perhaps better uses of this TIF funding, whether it's the West End TIF or the Dempster Dodge TIF, that might be more beneficial to the broader neighborhood, the broader community than than $400,000 for this specific business. The third reason I can't support $400,000 is that restaurants, even with fantastic business plans, are and especially startup restaurants are extremely risky investments. And so without, critiquing the business plan, I just don't think a $400,000 bet on a startup restaurant would be an appropriate use of TIF money in this location. I'd rather have you guys than a Popeyes, but I just can't support $400,000.
Councilmember Kelly, Burns, Davis.
Thank you. So I just want to start, and I know will be disagreement. I don't support TIFs in Evanston. I don't think we need to set aside swaths of land and set aside increment taxes the way we do. But we've done this. So I do feel very strongly that given that this money has been siphoned off already and is in a fund for TIF, particularly now that, Councilmember Davis moved to have it come from the Dempster Dodge TIF. To me, that makes a lot of sense, and I will support the $400,000. I think this is exactly what this should be used for. This area has become sort of this, I think people know, just a big fast food sort of corner. I taught at the high school for 33 years, and I know it was always frustrating if you didn't have a car, your choices were Burger King or other fast food restaurants. So also, over the holidays, I attended Studio 5, and I'd encourage everybody to try to check out a jazz show there, a comedy show. It's an amazing sort of a mini space almost, but really fabulous entertainment. And when I was there, several people came up and talked about discovering this and wishing that there were more places to dine nearby, like Zentle's. So I think that this really will help to anchor this area by having a couple of restaurants that will also attract people to Evanston. This is special cuisine. This isn't, this isn't just pizza. The pizza place is great too there. But I'm just saying this will attract people for really authentic, unique cuisine. And that's important. We want to draw people to Evanston. So I think this does become sort of a hub to come to hear music, to hear comedy, to dine and have this unique dining experience. So I think 100% that this is the way we should be. And, having served on economic development now into my 5th year, I've seen us spend more money than this on other, and I'm not criticizing. I think money's been well spent, but based on the way, looking back, I feel very, very solid in saying that this to me seems like an incredibly appropriate use for these funds. I also want to say the risk. I know the folks applying for this have tried to respond to the risk by offering a clawback should the business fail and the property should have to be sold, that the money would be returned in full to the city. So that's really special, and that helps to reinforce, I think, why we should move forward with this. So I think I'll stop there. Oh, and I also want to address what Councilmember Rogers said about it should be spread around. I want to say this is not about spreading around the money. It's about assessing economic development. And it's not even about Gabby and Byron, though I think Evanston rootedness is something that's very unique to our community. So we do want to support that. That does make Evanston special, but not because of these two as individuals, but because what it means for economic development and strengthening our city and the quality of living. And so for all those reasons, I really hope we can get behind supporting this. I really look forward to it, and also the food's amazing. It was catered here one evening, and I didn't know where it was from, and I was like, wow, this is, really wonderful food. Again, I think that it will attract people from outside of Evanston to the area and to this particular neck of our woods in Evanston. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Davis.
I just also want to start by saying, I'm incredibly impressed by of course, Gabi and Byron and the not only what they're trying to do here, but if you read the plan, you could tell or the proposal that they've really dedicated their life to this work. And so these are folks that know what they're doing. And I want to acknowledge that. I recognize that in them as entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneur myself. And also want to recognize the community support, the neighborhood support, the immediate neighborhood support is what I'm understanding, but support from the business district in the area. I think that is important and says a lot that folks are willing to come out and stand behind this request. I said this in Economic Development Committee, and I'll say it now. I think the one issue I have with the way we do this is that I always want to make sure that what is absolutely required when I'm evaluating this is that I come to a place where I say if someone had a similar request and they were in a similar position and similar background, all of that equal, would I do this? And I need to be able to say yes. Like, it's all things equal, I would say yes in another situation. And I also need to know where those things are. The problem is that the city of Evanston does not have a more formalized way that we evaluate TIF requests, which is why if you listen to this dais, you're going to hear a little bit of different flavors from each person because they're approaching this in how they personally feel. The information that they've gotten from experts might be a different expert they talk to than who I talk to. When I've applied for government money in one particular state program, like they had a third party, like they had agreed that this third party group was going to evaluate the financials or whatever aspect they decided was important. It was formal. And I think a lot of times governments feel like to be formal, if you're too formal, then it limits the flexibility you can have, which you need in maybe municipal government that state governments may not want. And what I've said is that you can build in kind of minimum requirements, which is what we desperately need. A lot of what we'll discuss today in another government that was doing this a lot more professionally would have a lot of that as minimum requirements. And if you meet it at the very least, then we know that moves, it will move on. And then, there's always going to be some room left up for council to make the final decision. But again, much of what we're debating here I think could be included as a more standard set of criteria that we require out of everyone. But because we don't have that, what I'm looking at is, and I'm going to bring free flow up as an example, and I'm not trying to call anybody out. I really think it's a failure of this body and not any individual. But what I see is that there was a similar TIF request from Free Flow, also African-American women, members of the LGBTQIA community, also talked about wanting to make a community space, not just a restaurant, also healthy eating, also, and weren't asking for 400,000 and I think they were treated incredibly unfairly while they were up here. And and the people that did that will probably say it's for this reason or that, which is why I'm not trying to call anybody out because they may have a good enough reason to justify why they treated that proposal different. Sitting where I am today, I can't tell you what the real meaningful differences are in the two because they also had experience. They weren't just coming here having never done something like this before. They had, and then I gave you all the other alsos. And so and I'm not saying this is the case, but the way it could seem to people is that favoritism is at play, right? That we're making decisions based on who we like as opposed to what I said before, kind of a standard set of criteria for evaluating these requests. And that's what I feel incredibly uncomfortable supporting in any way, shape, or form. That being said, for myself, I have gotten myself comfortable, not with the 400,000, but with a lesser amount, which matters less if there's not support among council on any number. That would come with several conditions that I've shared with not only our economic development manager, but also the applicants themselves, so they are fully aware of what those things are. I won't go into great detail about them because, as I said, if there's not enough support to even consider that, I'll save my breath. But I do want to say that I mentioned this before. As chair of the 5/5 TIF committee, we are working on a standard way to evaluate these requests. I hope it's something that council will approve and that we'll also expand it to include other TIF requests as well as we feel appropriate. That's all. Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
So Councilmember Burns was talking about me, and I hope he'll mention what I said to him about 2 months ago when I called you on the phone, and I apologized because I said I was wrong about how I handled it. Please affirm that happened.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I also emailed board member Nicole Pinkard as well, apologizing to her as well, because I did think that I previously was unaware of how TIFs worked. And based on that experience, and I also mentioned, of course, at the time, I was a little baby city council member. I'd only been on the dais for about a month, so I had to do the best with the information I had, and no one explained to me the mechanism for TIFs. With that in mind, I have flipped my stance a little bit. Now, I can't say that I necessarily agree with the concept of TIFs, but working within the framework that we have, I agree with Councilmember Burns that I understand the need for an informal application process, one that is not too rigorous when you're dealing with a less sophisticated community in an area that has that needs economic development, and you don't have people who are able to come in with a very polished 20-point presentation. That's not always the case. And so on a similar-ish note, I will also say that in being a council member, I've noticed that there are a lot of repeat actors, and I will say that sometimes it feels like everything's being done by the same 200 people. Like the names all become very familiar. But with regards to this right here, this proposal, the reason why I'm in support of it, but also for a smaller number, is because I don't think that we get to change the rules. I don't think that we get to pick the winners and losers. And someone said that to me at some point about giving a grant, but I think that means the same about rejecting someone on rules that we don't have in place when we previously agreed that we wanted to have flexibility. So I understand that the current issue is the sticker shock of it being a higher price point, but unfortunately, we have precedent of doing this before, and unless we are going to give people notice and put in rules in place later, we can't tell people that we just don't like something. I don't like that as a criteria that it's just too much without actually pointing to precedent and rationale. Councilmember Rogers put in a proposal, an ordinance yesterday to rework our TIF process, and I know that Councilmember Burns is working on it as well. And so if after we take this vote, someone wants to put a moratorium on us giving grants to small businesses, I'm in support with that, and we can make that motion. But I don't think that those decisions can be made until after this one is done, because again, it's, and this is what was said to me at the Free Flow Cafe when they came up, that it's not fair to change the rules last minute. It wasn't fair to change it from a grant to a loan. And I get that. I think that same thing applies here. And so they're using a much higher price point when we gave Smoke and Soul, $700,000, and we made them think it was a possibility, and we've brought them this far here. So I do feel as if we have to work within the framework that we have set up in precedent, and I haven't heard any convincing arguments as to why not to give this grant money, with the exception, again, like I am sympathetic to the sticker shock that comes from a request for $400,000. So no one's thrown out a number yet, so we can talk about it. I know many council members have mentioned that they're okay with a lower price point. So I will say 300,000 is my amendment that I'm proposing right now.
I'll second.
Councilmember Davis moves to amend this proposal to change the TIF grant from $400,000 to $300,000. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Rogers? No.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion does not carry. Councilmember Davis still has the floor if you want it. Councilmember Isles.
Okay, I think it's fair to explain my rationale. This is a difficult vote. I understand, why the community wants a third space there. I'm sure the food would be delicious. I got a lot of letters, like surprising amount of letters in the third ward about this, and with the exception of Mr. David, who spoke eloquently on your behalf earlier, they were all against this proposal. For me, the main reason is that when we use TIF funds for development to rejuvenate an area like we have on Howard Street, we should be focused on areas that require intervention to be successful. In this case, there are few, if any, storefronts open in that area. I know the community right around there didn't like Popeyes, but the market has said it's interested in that location, and they're interested in it without asking for city funds. So I do believe there is a market for that space. I think something will fill that space without $400,000 of city money. I know that porting and including the acquisition are permitted, but I don't think that's the best practice. And it's a risky plan. Your projections are optimistic and they do differ from industry standards. And so that's why I'm not supportive of this particular project.
Councilmember Heracles.
Yeah, so I just will also share kind of some of my thinking about this. Like Councilmember Isles, I, in the last week or so, started getting feedback from residents, and the majority was, negative or please don't give this full amount. I also, when looking at the situation for restaurants in general, it's been brought up, we don't have a great track record of our investments. And because it's $400,000 to build out a restaurant, there's already at least 7 empty restaurants that I know of that are sitting there that are already built out. I could possibly support at a lower number, but at the full 400,000, I'm a no.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time. So we go back to Councilmember Rogers, who's got 350 left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, as Councilmember Davis did mention, there is a referral into Finance and Budget to discuss sort of the general guidelines of TIFs from a budgeting aspect. I would encourage, I'm willing to make it if somebody else wants to join me, that economic development look at the application process and creating some general guidelines around that, which is not part of the referral that I made. Mine was very focused on the budget and financial aspects of it. With that said, I'm a little concerned, not just in this discussion, but in some of the other discussions that we've had on various boards and committees and at council on other issues. We often have money targeted for things, but it's not been identified to be targeted for those things yet. This is our excess reserve discussion that we've started having at Finance and Budget, that we have piles of money that are going to be used for something, but we've never actually voted or made an official statement that this amount of money is being set aside for this. So I would encourage us, if we have identified money, I know Mason Park, am I correct? Mason Park is the one that's part of this discussion, that there has been a discussion about setting aside some money there. But it's like we don't really know what that amount is, or at least it wasn't shared with us at Economic Development. There seemed to be some vagueness on that. So I would just ask that if we're going to start kind of targeting money, that we are at least coming up with a number and saying this is what we're setting it aside for, this is the amount we're setting it aside. And like I said, I think that's consistent with some of the other concerns about, unrestricted money versus assigned money in our excess budgets or in our excess reserves. That's all I've got on that.
Still no one requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Harris with 215 left.
Thank you so much. So I sent everyone, because I didn't finish, I wanted people to have the opportunity to speak. I didn't want to monopolize the floor. I did send an amendment for $100,000, and I can explain why. So I went back, because one thing I like people to say is Chrissy is steady, and that I'm going to stay the course, hard or not. I'm the one that voted to raise taxes when everybody else said no, and I took the heat for that, and that was okay. So on May 27th, there was a discussion, as Councilmember Burns mentioned, for free flow. And there was this huge debate about giving this money. It didn't want it to be forgiven. The business plan was not a good plan. We told them they were going to fail. All of these things that were very disheartening. And I spoke up for that and said, this is a community member. They're invested, they're on a board. We can get the money back if they don't succeed. We talked about making it a personal loan. And so we went through a bunch of different iterations on making this possible. And I agreed to, I think it was 86,000, 90, 82,000. And with that, that is how I came with the 100, because I believe that is money that should make a difference. If you need more than that, I'm worried that that's how you're starting the game, at a $400,000 need from the city. So I did send everybody an amendment for $100,000. You should have it in your email. I wanted to see how the discussion went, but I have to pay attention to, I sat through a land use meeting where I think it was 70 people spoke, and they talked about traffic being an issue, that was a major concern, traffic, rodents, and garbage. Those are still going to be issues, Popeyes, Choice, whatever. And I reached out to Sarah to say, these are going to be issues, and my understanding when I left that meeting was that restaurants were almost a no-go by the land use. They felt very concerned about a restaurant being at that corner. And I went back and listened again, because I wanted to make sure, because residents who voted for it said I wasn't listening and that I didn't hear. So rats will eat healthy food. Garbage is garbage. Traffic is traffic, regardless of the restaurant. And I took those into consideration. Now, Popeyes pulled out on their own, and there were plans that I sat down and talked to them about all of these concerns and had some remediations. They pulled out. I don't believe these are not going to be issues with any other restaurant put there. Did I not call you and ask those questions immediately, like, wait? And I said that to, and the land use, a couple people from the land use called me and apologized. And they said, we just think a restaurant is not going to work there because traffic is already bad. Starbucks is part of that culture. That's where it gets jammed up. We're going to put people outside on a busy corner. That brings me concern. I have not seen that change. Parking change, because Hartwood was worried before about people parking in their parking lot, but they allowed this institution to use it, which I'm grateful for. But it's still going to be an issue at that corner. So everybody should have something from me. Do you have it? Do you not? Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Harris moves to amend the proposal to be council approval of a TIF grant totaling $100,000 rather than $400,000. Councilmember Hedekaitis seconds. Would the clerk? Okay. So there's an amendment before us, and a lot of folks want to talk about that. So we'll move ahead with there's no one asking to speak for a first time. So we'll move ahead with Councilmember Kelly, who's got a minute and a half left.
So, I want to also talk about the third space, the open mic, and say we shouldn't just be, I hope we aren't letting market forces drive our decisions about what our community looks like. And it concerns me to hear council members say that. We should be, just like we invest in affordable housing, we want to look at what our community needs. And TIF money is supposed to be about lifting a neighborhood. And certainly there's a big difference between a unique locally owned business from longtime residents, minority owned, and a fast food chain formula restaurant. So yeah, the garbage might be the same, but the quality is entirely different. So again, TIF money is supposed to be about lifting areas, and this would very much work to support the dumpster dodge, center there, again, with an entertainment place across the street. I think that's really important, and I think it's also really important, this is new, that we're getting a clawback, where we're saying if it fails, if it sells because it doesn't thrive the way, as I think Councilmember Burns pointed out, the chicken and waffles did carry on and then become something else and continues to render sales tax and property tax and everything else. If it doesn't, we'll get our money back. And so, I'm concerned about the 100,000 in terms of, is that going to do it? I just hats off to these small businesses and to Gabby and Byron for wanting to do this, because I know they're going to work so hard and it'll mean so much to our community. I have nothing but reverence for our small businesses in Evanston, particularly restaurants. The amount of work involved is tremendous, and I think we need to get behind them. So I'm concerned though about the 100,000. Maybe they can speak to it, how that could work. I feel like we need to come up with a higher number, and if we can maybe do loan also, partial TIF loan and grant, maybe that could be more feasible in terms of the business. But I think before I vote on 100 or the 100,000, I think we need to hear from whether or not that's a feasible number.
Do you have a question?
Well, I don't know if someone else wants to speak, but if not, I would ask for.
Lots of people want to speak.
Okay.
Okay. So speaking of people wanting to speak, there's a number of people whose time has expired. Again, no one's asking to speak for the first time, so we'll go back for a second time. And Councilmember Burns, your time has expired, so I ask you to be pretty quick.
Well, that was actually my main thing, is I wanted to allow an opportunity for the applicants to respond to 100,000. I've had a few conversations with him. My understanding is that would not be enough to make the deal work, but I think that is important that y'all answer that. And then, as hopefully y'all can come up and do that. And then as they're coming up, I just want to say that, and Paul, if you can respond to this, the whole blighted thing is not, the definition of blighted and all of that has more to do with qualifying the TIF as a whole, and that's not necessarily the standard for each individual TIF project, correct?
Thank you, Councilmember Burns. I'm Paul Zalmazak. I serve as the Economic Development Manager for the city. That is a technicality, that's correct. When you create the TIF district, one of the qualifying factors is if it's a blighted area, and there's multiple characteristics that define that by the state of Illinois.
And just to reiterate though, but you don't have to use that same standard to determine whether or not
correct
an individual TIF expenditure or TIF project is
right. The standard, I think Councilmember Newsma mentioned it, is the but-for analysis. Without the TIF investment, the project wouldn't occur.
Okay.
Right? But for the investment, it wouldn't occur.
And we've heard that. I've also, in addition to that, heard some like blighted language that's not appropriate. So I just wanted the folks bring that up to understand that. And then just also I'll hold there. And then we can allow the applicants to respond.
First, I wanted to say I'm really grateful to those of you that are talking about setting standards for this process. This is the second time that I've been through this process. Around 2013, I did this. I swore I would never do this again. I did receive $100,000 for Heartwood. I received a loan. I received a 6-year term at 3%, and I paid it back in full the next year. In 1 year, I paid that back. And according to Paul Zalmazak, I'm the only one. Heartwood is the only one who's paid a loan back. So that's who you're dealing with here. I just want to say this process is too hard. It's too difficult, psychologically difficult, emotionally difficult. So thank you for your willingness to revamp the process. I just think that's really important.
This is not a startup business, so I just wanted to, Jonathan, it's not a startup. Three Sons has been in business, as you know, Four Sons, excuse me, has been in business for 5 years. And you have in the budget, we requested from Mayor Biss time to show our slides. Could we put those slides up, Mayor Biss, please?
I guess I would ask you to respond to the question from Councilmember Burns.
And then could we have some time to put our slides
If the
up?
slides are necessary to do that, that's fine, but he asked a specific question, and I think the council
It'd be
would like
very
to hear
helpful
from
at least to have one financial slide up, would be very
That's
helpful.
responsive to his question, that's
Yeah,
fine, but I'm
yeah.
just asking you to go to that, please.
Yeah. So it's not a startup. We're carrying money through. There's no traffic issue because we are providing parking down at Heartwood, and they are not doing DoorDash and all that stuff that Popeyes does. They don't do that kind of takeout. So there's no traffic issue, and they're because of
I'm going to ask you to
extra
respond to the
parking.
question.
I am.
And Nancy, is this the page you wanted up?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that so much. And this is a type 1 restaurant, not a type 2. So what you can see here is our build-out budget. And I'm getting to the answer to the question. I need to discuss this to fully answer the question. So you can see our build-out budget. And in working with Ben Kaddish, which was very, very helpful, he encouraged me to remind you that we are bringing over 30% to the table. We have raised over almost $600,000 in donations that we're bringing in. Gabi and Byron, you see them there at the 3.5%. That's their contribution. And there you can see the 44% with the bank financing. That's from Wintrust. So that leaves our gap. And our gap at $400,000 is for the build out that you can see listed there. But I want to be really clear that according to others that I've talked to, no one else has come before you with a TIF request and brought in almost $600,000 in their own equity. So can you rephrase the question for me? So
The question is 100, right now what's on the table is $100,000 from the city. And I'm saying
Okay.
would that help at all?
Okay. So the deal is set, the property deal is set to close tomorrow with Wintrust Bank, and is dependent on what happens here tonight. So if we don't have enough money to build the project out, then the property deal fails and the whole deal is killed. We won't be able to purchase the property. So I met with Wintrust right before the meeting, and at $100,000, we can't build out a kitchen. We need to be, hang on, I've got it here. We need to build out a kitchen, and we can't do it at $100,000. But with a $200,000 grant and a $100,000 loan, we can still do the project, if that would be acceptable to the council. And Gabi and Byron, and Hartwood cannot take on any more loans, and you have that documentation from Wintrust that states we're maxed out on loans. Ben Kaddish double-checked that for you. I do want to say he also double-checked all of our financing and our numbers and the budget numbers, and he found them to be accurate, and he found them to be within market value. So if the council could find it in your hearts to award us a $200,000 grant and a $100,000 loan to Gabi and Byron, remember, you're talking to the person that paid her loan back. We could do the project. We could close on the property deal tomorrow. The property would be owned by Heartwood. It would not come off the tax rolls, and you would have this local business in there. We can do that tonight and have that be done if that feels like what you could do. I also want to remind you that I've got a clawback in there, and the clawback is approved by Wintrust. I saw the clawback that Paul put in his memo. We can't agree to it because it includes debt for Heartwood, and I can't take on any more debt. My global cash flow is maxed out. But the clawback that I put in is if they fail, they will not fail, but if they fail and I have to sell the building, the city gets paid back. So there is no way you can lose on this deal. You can't lose. You'll get paid back if this fails. You could agree to a grant loan combination. I also want to point out that I know you're all talking about the negative feedback you got, but I know you got positive feedback because I received copies of the letters. So I know that your constituents also wrote you positive letters, and they gave you positive phone calls as well, not just negative. So I think I'm at the point where I'm just asking if you could try to help us see this project through and not kill the deal tonight for us. Thank you. Gabby?
You've said it for us. You know, we are at the point of we need this desperately. 100,000 wouldn't allow us to fully build out the kitchen to the extent that it needs to be. We could make it work with the 200,000 grant and $100,000 loan. Our vision for this space is so much more than a place to just get food. Please don't forget that. This is a huge asset to the community, especially to the youth. Like, I really enjoy being a first-time employer for ETHS students. It's something that means a lot to me. They come back to me now as college students saying, Ms. Gabi, thank you so much for the training that you gave me at Four Sons. We love being a part of the parades. We love having a space for these kids to come to and enjoy, and something larger and closer to the high school. For them to come in the evenings right now, people are like, what are you guys doing opening restaurants with a lot of alcohol but nothing for the teens? We're literally here telling you that if you help us do this, we're going to be an asset for the youth. And that is what these TIF dollars are going to be used for. Open mics, movie nights, conversations, food discounted, free coffee, a place for them to sit outside in the summer, a place for them to showcase their art, musicians from the high school coming to perform for their families. So you guys don't see that that could be a great use of the TIF dollars alongside your own families coming to enjoy food that you don't have downtown Evanston, a third space, and happen to be born and raised from Evanston. Generations of entrepreneurs, homeowners paying taxes. Like, I know that this would be a win-win. A very popular space that brings joy to people in the community. You guys have given out more money than this in TIF dollars for businesses. That's what it's for. We're at 24% of our project costs that we're asking for your help by blessing us with a grant for us to give back to the place that we live in.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
So
I just
at this,
missed one. I'm sorry, Daniel. I missed one piece. I'm so sorry. So I need publicly to acknowledge to Chrissy that we did fight against Popeyes. We did do that. And I understand everybody who says, well, we could have had a restaurant there. I get that. But I just want to remind everybody that Land Use Commission voted no to Popeyes because they didn't meet the standards. It was just that simple. They didn't meet the standards. We're coming in as a type 1, not a type 2. We meet the standards. That's what happened with Popeyes. And so I just wanted to make that point about the land use.
all right, at this time, no one's asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back for a third opportunity to Councilmember Rogers with 1:50 left.
Actually, they answered the question. Thank you.
This time, no one's asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Harris, whose time has expired, so I'll ask you to be very brief.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, again, I watched the video May 27th, how someone can go from not granting $82,000 to now we want to give $400,000 to someone. And they had a third place. They had youth working there. I'm just trying to understand how we couldn't give 82, but now we want to give someone 400,000 or 300,000. I'm just trying to understand that. It's more rhetorical, but I want to put that on the record. Go back September 27th, about an hour 30 into the discussion, and we were very adamant that this was not appropriate. No, the vote was 3 noes. Yeah, so, okay. I do
So-
have an amendment out there, though.
Yeah, so
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask for a vote on the amendment. The amendment is to go from 400,000 to 100,000. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails, and the item is once again not amended. So the proposal before the council is still $400,000.
I'll make an amendment.
Hold on. So at this time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly, who again, your time has expired, so just to make an
I'll
amendment,
defer
please.
to Councilmember Burns.
I was just going to say 200,000. I don't know if it will have support. We could talk about the details of that if there's support, because I would have several, but I really just don't want to waste the body's time any longer. That's why even with 100,000, I didn't necessarily think that needed a vote, because they just said it won't, it won't be enough. From talking to them, at least earlier, it seemed like 200,000 might be enough, but now I'm hearing 300,000. 300,000 was already voted down. I mean, if it helps to try for 200, I'm willing to make that motion. If not,
Seconded.
I would say let's move on. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have a second. So
Try it out.
All right, Councilmember Burns moves to amend this by replacing the 400,000 with 200,000. Councilmember Davis seconds. So the amendment is to replace the 400,000 with 200,000. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the amendment is not adopted. The last word for Councilmember Kelly, and then we'll move on.
So I'd like to propose a grant of 150 and a loan of 150. So TIF loan, which is distinct from a grant. I think we're going to regret this if we don't see this go forward. What we could have in this area, I hope we can find a way to make this happen. So I'd like to propose 150 in grant and 150.
Is there a
in loan.
second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Before us is the $400,000 motion. I don't think it would pass, but that's the last remaining item. So would the clerk please take the roll on the underlying motion, which has not been amended?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 1 voting in favor and 8 voting against, the motion fails and the grant is not approved. Councilmember Kelly, your light's on again? Or-
Sorry, I wanted to propose another amendment, but may I?
I think it's too late for that. If you want to say what the amendment is.
Yeah, I was going to say 100,000 with a $300,000 loan. If Councilmember Harris could be amenable to her 100,000, the grant, and the rest in our $200,000 loan.
If there's support for that, we can make it happen procedurally. I don't have
I'm
the
just
impression
checking
there
with
would be.
Councilmember Harris on that, just to go.
Councilmember
to
Harris,
the-
would you, no.
No, $100,000 loan.
No, and let me explain why. We just talked about not doing that. We just talked about creating a process. I am so in favor of the process, sign me up. But we talked about not doing that on the fly and putting people in that position, so no.
This brings us to item AP1.
Can I speak at all? Can I just say, I just received a text. I've been texting with one of our donors, and if you could be willing to go back to the 100,000, she will help us. She will help us get the build out done. So if you would be willing, I don't know if that's possible, but she's watching, and she said that she could help us out if you'd be willing to go back to the 100,000 and vote on that, if you might be willing to do that.
Councilmember Kelly,
Well, then certainly, I'd love to bring that. I don't.
you're the only one who can't.
Okay.
So if anybody who voted on the prevailing side, which is everybody else, wants to make a motion to reconsider, that's totally fine. But you're the one person who can't.
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion to reconsider the vote on EDC 1 with, I guess do I need to make the motion? I just need to make the motion to reconsider at this point. Yes.
Seconded.
Councilmember Rogers moves to reconsider the vote that just occurred. Councilmember Davis seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to reconsider? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is this debatable?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Oh, yeah, it's debatable.
There's two different meanings of debatable here.
I know.
Go ahead, though. It's both.
This does not feel good to me. This does not feel authentic. This does not feel good to me. I'm going to vote no, because if we could have done the $100,000 the first time, we should have done the $100,000 the first time. Now we've got to quit.
Someone just
Someone just stepped up.
That's what you're telling me. I get that. I get it.
Someone just
I get
stepped up to help
Hold on.
us.
I'm going to ask for order.
I get it. I'm being honest.
No problem, Chrissy.
Thank you.
Will the
I'm
clerk
being
please?
honest.
Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to reconsider?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Sorry, the later it gets in the day, the more tired I get. Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the item is not reconsidered.
I'm sorry.
Now on item AP1, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item AP1, approval of appointments to the boards, commissions, and committees.
Second.
Councilmember Newsman moves approval of these 3 appointments. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Newsman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see that Mary Rosinski is nominated to serve on the Rhinefield Community Advisory Council. I don't necessarily object to that, but Ms. Rosinski is also serving on the Parks and Rec Board as well. So I just want to check with Corporation Counsel to see if that is acceptable.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Newsma. We don't have a rule prohibiting one person from serving on multiple boards. It has been the practice of the city not to do that whenever feasible, to allow for other residents to participate.
Is there anyone else in the community who might be appointed to this board to allow us to be consistent with our previous practice?
Councilman, well, so this is my appointment out of respect to the fact that this is really a 7th Ward neighborhood project. I've worked closely with Councilmember Davis, who's been very generous with her time and input on this. So I saw you flip your light on, Councilmember Davis. Do you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, so we have Angela Panisi from MWDEB, and she serves on MWDEBE, or did or does, served on that, and ECDC. Is that not? She was on, I see her as a member present on the MWDEBE. in, December of 2024. And she was serving on that at the same time as she was Economic and Development Committee.
That was by ordinance. It was required that one member of economic development, it still may be required, sit on
Okay.
NWDB.
Okay, well, I think then it's a little strange to say that as a practice, we only let people serve on one, when it's literally built into our code that sometimes we have residents serve on two. Right? So I disagree by ordinance that this is like a permissible thing. So as it applies to like the argument of we want to spread it out, I could see that. But at this point, the Ryan Field Advisory Council, the purpose is to get the deliverables that have to be delivered. And Alex, you can remind me, because I've been saying 6 months, but I'm not sure if it's actually 6 months. But we need a traffic plan, a security plan, and a bunch of other plans 6 months before their first event. Their first event is in September. That means that we need all of this done in March. That means we have 2 months. You've met my residents. We don't have enough time already. It's true. So like, I actually need this appointment to go through today. And if this was a complaint, I needed it to be brought earlier so that we could have figured something out, but this needs to go through. It's not a rule, and that's just all I'm going to say.
Councilmember Rogers, Kelly, Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have necessarily a problem with this. I just want to clarify that there are some positions where a liaison exists between one board to another. For example, when I was on Zoning Board of Appeals, I also served on the Economic Development Committee because the chair of ZBA was a liaison to economic development. So it does happen on occasion where, right. It does happen on occasion that way, although I have no particular problem with this appointment. But if there are strong feelings that we should not do this, then I'll make a referral.
On that point, Alex.
Yeah, I apologize. So Rule 5.4 of the City Council rules does say no board or commission member shall be appointed to serve on one or more board or commission concurrently, except where required by official position. So I apologize.
And so I guess the question then is clearly the Park and Rec Board is a board. The question is whether the Ryan Field Community Advisory Council is a board or commission by that definition. And I guess it.
Can you
speak to that, Alex? We're freelancing up here, which is not a
tell us
good.
that chapter and verse again? I can look
Yeah, it's City Council Rule 5.4. It says no board or commission member shall be appointed to serve on more than one board or commission concurrently. I don't know that the City Council rules
which we're about to amend.
define advisory council. No, it's a City Council rule. The rules can be suspended. Correct.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
So, yeah, I know that we've had several instances, one that Councilmember Davis mentioned, of folks serving on more than one board, committee, or commission. And also, I don't think it's in our city code, per se, so it hasn't been codified. So that's my only comment.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Hedekadis.
I'm going to support it. It sounds like there's some urgency, so if we need to suspend the rules. I will say, just generally speaking, it is incredibly important to me that we allow opportunities for different people to serve. I think you even said something earlier in our conversation that aligns with that, not necessarily related to BCCs, but there was another issue where that was brought up about seeing kind of the same people. That was my experience before I was elected. There were many of us who would consider ourselves activists, whatever, who tried to get on certain committees and could never get on somehow, and applied to many different committees and somehow never managed to get on. So I've brought that spirit with me. I work very closely with Mayor Bish to make sure that every single member of the 5/5 committee is one example. We're all new people that never had a history of serving. So I just wanted to bring that up, but willing to back you up on this. It sounds like there's a sense of urgency. So if we need to get somebody in, let's do that.
Okay.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Yeah, just so a point of information, on our own website, the 5/5 TIF's Advisory Committee and the Ryan Field Advisory Committee are in their own separate section of advisory committees. And so I think it's outside the the bounds. And either way, I think, especially since it's like very integral to your, Seventh Ward community, I think you have a limited population to choose from. So I am totally on board with this.
Just want to, I as a guy also didn't go to law school, had that same reading, but I just want to, Alex, are you comfortable with that interpretation that these advisory committees are not boards and commissions and therefore not covered by Rule 5.4?
That is my interpretation, especially because our other boards and commissions are codified within the city code. The advisory councils are not. So I believe when this question came up previously, I think I specified in my answer that, there's no rule prohibiting a board, commission, committee, and an advisory council. But, I did want to highlight that for the council, just so that you guys know.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time. So for a second opportunity, Councilmember Davis.
So I would first like to request City Clerk Mendoza, if you could put something on the application so that we flag if someone is already a member of a board and commission. That way, when we look at the application, if this isn't allowed, because I didn't know, if I like to follow the rules, then we can do this. And that way we maybe don't forget in the future. And then my second request is going to be to make a motion to suspend the rules.
I'll second.
Oh, we don't need to?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then,
Yeah.
okay, all right. That's it then. Thank you.
All right. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and all 3 appointments are approved. This brings us now to call of the wards. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of commentary, but I'm going to stick to the award. Mason Park, tomorrow there is a meeting. It is virtual at 6 p.m. Please sign up to find out more information about what that project looks like and funding. That's Tuesday, so that's tomorrow. Yes, I'm sorry. Bike steering committee meeting is Wednesday, January 14th, 5 p.m. That is also on Zoom. Please sign up to that to understand, right? And that for everybody to come.
It's the steering committee,
Right.
not our joint.
That's what I said,
meeting.
steering committee. We have a community book. G-Lo Logan wrote a book, and he is having a book signing Saturday at the Levy Center at 2 p.m. I encourage everyone to try to stop by, talking about his family's legacy. I think that's so important. And then Monday is the Walk for Warmth, January 19th. Thank you.
Councilmember Isles.
I've got office hours this Thursday at Brothers K from 7:30 to 9:30, and next week on Wednesday, 21st, at Hoosier Mamas from 6 to 8.
Councilmember Nusma.
Tuesday, February 3rd, 7 p.m. at Robert Crown, which is my normal 4th Ward meeting. We're going to make that a joint meeting with Councilmember Harris's 2nd Ward and Councilmember Burns' 5th Ward to hear a presentation and talk about the bike plan. I'm also going to suggest we can confirm it offline that we invite the Chicago Stars to that meeting as well.
Councilmember Burns.
Because I'll probably just end up sending this to the 2 committee members that reached out in opposition to the Choice Authentic Restaurant. I'll say for the record, there was one comment that brought up in light of, she was opposing it in light of huge deficits of the school district. So I just want to say on record, I actually do support dissolving the TIF early. I don't think that's the correct way to say it. If we're not using it, I do think it is incredibly appropriate and probably timely to dissolve it so that those TIF dollars can go back into the respective taxing entities. So hopefully that's something that we can move forward with. And so that would be my response to that. There was also a comment about if this went through, the property would not be off the tax rolls. So that was something else that came up. It would be on the tax rolls. They were concerned that because Nancy operates a nonprofit that's tax exempt, I believe that this new building would be tax exempt, but that's not the case. It would not be tax exempt. And then There was another comment that talked about structuring as a loan, which that was one of many stipulations and conditions I was going to put on this. I needed to see it structured as a loan. I wanted liens on the building, liens on the equipment. Like I had a whole kind of list of things that I would have wanted to see. Didn't go into that in details because it was not necessary. I think those are the main three things that I heard from constituents, and just appreciate them for reaching out. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
My next ward meeting is February 16th at 7 p.m. It's virtual.
Councilmember Rogers.
No report other than Councilmember Harakaris is going to make a report.
Councilmember Hedekaitis on behalf of Councilmember Rogers.
You're putting words in my mouth. So Tuesday, January 27th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Dr. Jorge and Luz Maria Prieto Community Center. The 3rd, 8th, and 9th wards will get together to discuss the bike plan. And I will also have office hours on the 30th at Reprise Roasters from 11 till 1.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Newsman to make a motion.
Pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes, 120, don't go away, Luke, 120/2C, I move that the city council convene into executive session, discuss agenda items regarding
5 and 11.
the purchase of or use of purchase or lease of real property and litigation. These agenda items are subjects to be considered in executive session as enumerated under the Open Meetings Act as set forth in 5 ILCS 120/2C, sections 5 and 11.
Councilmember Newsom moves the city council resolve itself in an executive session to discuss the 2 items just enumerated. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma. Aye. Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekaitis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And at 10:04 p.m., the city council convenes into an executive session to begin immediately in the council library.